desert wolves to coastal morning fog. The ancient land keeps its own catalog. Oh my America, my home and native ground, steadfast soul where liberty's found. A porch light burning in the coming night, a quiet faith that we will do what's right. From every valley, every mountain, town. My home, my hope, my consecrated ground. From dusty plains where patient farmers toil, to city streets that rise from steel and sword, there's a silent hum of wires on the breeze, a shared idea that we will do what's right. So as rains the Appalachians, a fresh coat of morning dew. Another day is dawning in the faithful red, white, and blue. From a shipyard in Virginia to a Texas oil field rig, for the ghosts of the Alamo who stood and fought so big. There's a quiet strength in calloused hands on the plains of golden wheat, a promise whispered on the winds down Wall Street, City Street. Oh, raise the colors high, let the soaring eagle scream. This is the land of Lincoln, this is Washington's own dream. From the ashes of the fallen, a mighty spirit grows. She's the home of the courageous, as everybody knows. My heart beats to the rhythm with a 50-star design. Oh, America, my country, forever you are mine. They stormed the shores of Normandy, they answered freedom's call. They raised a flag on Iwo Jima, standing proud and standing tall. Remember the defiance in that Boston Harbor tea, the fire and the anthem for the brave and for the free. Through the dust of Oklahoma, through the California sun, we're a nation bound together, a people forged as one. Oh, raise the colors high, let the soaring eagle stream. This is the land of Lincoln, this is Washington's own dream. From the ashes of the fallen, a mighty spirit grows. She's the home of the courageous, as everybody knows. My heart beats in a rhythm with a 50-star design. Oh, America, my country, forever you are mine.
These are live Skyline views. I have another live view in vertical screen on my channel. How's everyone doing?
Stand up to the test for the country that we cherish, the land that God has blessed. So raise the colors high, let the soaring eagle scream. This is the land of Lincoln, this is Washington's own dream. From the ashes of the fallen, a mighty spirit grows. She's the home of the
These are live Skyline views. I have another live view in vertical screen on my channel. How's everyone doing?
Philly isn't just his home. It's the source of his power.
Bryce Harper delivers his second home run of the afternoon.
She's the home of the courageous, as everybody knows. voice of pride. Every star and every stripe tells a tale of freedom's fight. We were born from revolution's flame, forged by heroes carved in name. Their voices echo through the plains, reminding us what still remains. Oh, we are the land of the free, where the eagle flies and the people believe. With blood and hope, this dream was made, and we will guard it, come what may. From every city, street to country road, we carry the weight of what they wrote. With liberty's fire in every vein, we rise again in the land of the brave. From factory steel to amber grain, we built this land through sweat and strain. Every soldier, every soul carved their mark to make us whole. Through every storm we stood our ground, with freedom's anthem battle bound. Let the bells of justice ring in every heart, let freedom sing. Oh, we are the land of the free, where the eagle flies and the people believe. With blood and hope, this dream was made, and we will guard it, come what may. From every city, street to country road, we carry the weight of what they wrote. With liberty's fire in every vein, we rise again in the land of the brave. So raise the flag and sing it loud. We are the strong, the free, the proud. Forever true, forever brave. This is our home, the land they gave. From the mountains high to the ocean tide, we stand as one with hearts of pride. Every star and every stripe tells a tale of freedom's fight. We were born from revolution's flame, forged by heroes carved in name. Their voices echo through the plains, reminding us what still remains. Oh, we are the land of the free, where the eagle flies and the people believe. With blood and hope, this dream was made, and we will guard it, come what may. From every city, street to country road, we carry the weight of what
Botrix.
they wrote.
Welcome to my channel. Make sure to like and subscribe. Thanks for the support. Botrix has correctly joined the channel.
From factory steel to amber grain, we built this land through sweat and strain. Every soldier, every soul carved their mark to make us whole. Through every storm we've stood our ground, with freedom's anthem battle bound. Let the bells of justice ring in every heart, let freedom sing.
Ready, two, try it, chunk it, crave it, share it, swipe it, stack it, yummy. Let's tango, simmer it, cream it, raise it, slurp it, pump it. Let's tango, full ingredient pasta, full grace pasta, full flavor pasta, and the joy of pasta tango.
American girls, American guys, we rise with pride in our eyes. We stand for freedom, we don't back down when that flag waves high over our town. There's blood on the ground where heroes fell, so we can dream in peace and rest ourselves. My mama served boots on the sand, came home strong, flag in her hand. She taught us all, me and my kin, to love this land we're living in. Now the heart of our country came under fire, hit from behind but it lit a fire. We saw the smoke but we stood tall, and you best believe we answered that call. Hey, Uncle Sam wrote a brand new page, and Lady Liberty burned for rage. The eagle's sword and the thunder roll, when freedom rang like it never gets old. It shook the earth, it shook the skies, a red, white, blue reckoning on the rise. Yeah, justice is real and this fight runs deep. We guard our dreams while others sleep. You mess with us, you'll find out fast. We don't forget and we hit back. So hey, Uncle Sam, you've been warned. We're the calm before the Patriots storm. And when that bell of liberty sounds, it shakes the ground, it shakes the ground. Feels like the stars and stripes come crashing through. Yeah, brought to you by the red, white, and blue. Oh, red, white, and blue. Yeah, forever red, white, and blue. Hey, Uncle Sam wrote a brand new page, and Lady Liberty burned with rage. The eagle soared and the thunder rolled, when freedom reigned like it never gets.
En el norte de Israel,
I'm not a famous athlete. I don't get paid. I am, however, a Club Red VIP.
We begin this morning with a Fox News alert. Overnight, Israel launching sweeping strikes against Iran, targeting its nuclear facilities, military strikes, sites, and top commanders.
Several Iranian military leaders and nuclear scientists believed to be dead, and right now Israel is beginning to intercept drones sent from Iran.
Consecuencias sin precedentes por haber atacado zonas civiles, y medios oficiales ya hablan de la preparación de una contraofensiva aérea masiva que podría implicar ataques directos sobre infraestructura militar iraní en la escena.
When that flag waves high over our town, there's blood the ground where heroes fell, so we can dream in peace and rest ourselves. My mama served boots on the sand, came home strong, flag in her hand. She taught us all, me and my kid, to love this land we're living in. Now the heart of our country came under fire, hit from behind, but it lit a fire. We saw the smoke, but we stood tall, and you best believe we answered that call. Hey, Uncle Sam wrote a brand new page. Lady Liberty burned with rage. The eagle's soared and the thunder rolled, with freedom rang like it never gets old. It shook the earth, it shook the skies, the red, white, blue, reckoning on the rise. Yeah, justice is real and this fight runs deep. We guard our dreams while others sleep. You mess with us, you'll find out. And we hit back, so hey, Uncle Sam, you've been warned. We're the calm before the Patriot storm. And when that bell of liberty sounds, it shakes the ground, it shakes the ground. Feels like the stars and stripes come crashing through. Yeah, brought to you by the red, white, and blue. Oh, the red, white, and blue. Yeah, forever red, white, and blue. American girls, American guys, we rise with pride in our eyes. We stand for freedom, we don't back down. When that flag waves high over our town, there's blood on the ground where heroes fell, so we can
The new SR 509 Expressway free through summer. The first new mile of a tolled expressway between I-5 and 24th Avenue South in SeaTac. The final 2 miles, opening 2028, will extend to South 188th Street.
I sent it a bunch, okay? Okay, yeah, okay. There is a hit, I think it was a hit, okay? Yes, coming. No, there is a heat. I think that there was a heat as well. Okay, the smoke is from a heat. Okay. You know, I saw it. An explosion and then it's smoke. I saw it. Okay, bye bye.
Bolabud. Welcome to my channel. Make sure to like and subscribe. Thanks for the support. Hey.
I sent it a bunch, okay? Okay, yeah, okay. There is a hit, I think it was a hit, okay?
Sub. NMWYD.
Yes, coming. No, there is a heat. I think that there was a heat as well. Okay, the smoke is from a heat. Okay. You know, I saw it. An explosion and then smoke. I saw it. Okay, bye bye.
Nothing much.
I sent it a bunch, okay? Okay, yeah, okay. There is a heat. I think it was a heat, okay? Yes, coming. No, there is a heat. I think that there was a heat as well, okay? The smoke is from a heat, okay? You know, I saw it. An explosion and then smoke. I saw it. I sent it a bunch, okay? Okay, yeah, okay. There is a hit, I think it was a hit, okay? Yes, coming. No, there is a hit. I think that there was a hit as well. Okay, the smoke is from a hit. Okay. You know, I saw it. An explosion and then smoke. I saw it. Okay, bye bye. I sent it a bunch, okay? Okay, yeah, okay. There is a hit, I think it was a hit, okay? Yes, coming. No, there is a heat. I think that there was a heat as well. Okay. The smoke is from a heat. Okay. You know, I saw it. An explosion and then it's smoke. I saw it. Okay. Bye bye.
To anyone that's considering going to WGU's School of Business, just do it. The education that WGU gave me is why I'm able to do the things I do and make the impact that I do in my work.
I sent it a bunch, okay? Okay, yeah, okay. There is a heat. I think it was a heat, okay? Yes, coming. No, there is a heat. I think that there was a heat as well, okay? The smoke is from a heat, okay? You know, I saw it. An explosion and then it's smoke. I saw it. I sent it a bunch, okay? Okay, yeah, okay. There is a hit. I think it was a hit, okay? Yes, coming. No, there is a hit. I think that there was a hit as well, okay? The smoke is from a hit, okay? You know, I saw it. An explosion and then smoke. I saw it. Okay, bye-bye.
What would you say to somebody that hasn't tried therapy before?
Just ask yourself if what you're doing in your life right now is working. If you have peace, if you have good relationships with loved ones, or if you have healthy boundaries. If you're able to put your head on your pillow at night and just fall asleep. If you've got control over your marriage or your parenting.
party out TN or no? Which Skyline la see Iran and is?
I sent it a bunch, okay? Okay, yeah, okay. There is a hit, I think it was a hit, okay? Yes, coming. No, there is a hit. I think that there was a hit as well. Okay, the smoke is from a hit. Okay. You know, I saw it. An explosion and then smoke. I saw it. Okay, bye bye. I sent it. I sent it a bunch, okay? Okay, yeah, okay. There is a hit. I think it was a hit, okay? Yes, coming. No, there is a hit. I think that there was a hit as well, okay? The smoke is from a hit, okay? You know, I saw it. An explosion and then smoke. I saw it. Okay, bye-bye.
Jess. Thanks for following.
Thank you, boss. Appreciate you, man.
Are you over the age of 50, thinking about life insurance, but worried about pre-existing conditions?
Now on call and on site, making sure that we can secure these locations for all the civilians in the area.
Okay, yeah, okay. There is a hit. I think it was a hit, okay? Yes, coming. No, there is a heat. I think that there was a heat as well, okay? The smoke is from a heat, okay? You know, I saw it. An explosion and then smoke. I saw it.
So we are in the heart of civilian area, and rockets fell here and made a massive destruction. We can see here buildings that were actually attacked and destroyed. And there are people trapped here, and we try to rescue them. And there is lots of mess, and we try to evacuate the population out from here, citizens that actually here. We try to evacuate them out.
As you can see behind me and in various other locations, we're talking about a night filled with debris impact sites here in Israel, specifically residential areas like the one you can see right behind me. Our police bomb squads are some of the best in the world. They're right now on call and on site, making sure that we can secure these locations for all the civilians in the area.
I sent it a bunch, okay? Okay, yeah, okay. There is a hit. I think it was a hit, okay? Yes, coming. No, there is a hit. I think that there was a hit as well, okay? The smoke is from a hit, okay? You know, I saw it. An explosion and then smoke. I saw it.
So we are in the heart of civilian area, and rockets fell here and made a massive destruction. We can see here buildings that were actually attacked and destroyed. And there are people trapped here, and we try to rescue them. And there is lots of mess, and we try to evacuate the population out from here, citizens that actually here, we try to evacuate them out.
I sent it. Okay?
As you can see behind me and in various other locations, we're talking about a night filled with debris impact sites here in Israel, specifically residential areas like the one you can see right behind me. Our police bomb squads are some of the best in the world. They're right now on call and on site, making sure that we can secure these locations for all the civilians in the area.
No, there is a heat. I think that there was a heat as well. Okay, the smoke is from a heat. Okay, you know, I saw it, an explosion, and then it smoke. I saw it. Okay, bye-bye. I sent it.
So we are in the heart of civilian area, and rockets fell here and made a massive destruction. We can see here buildings that were actually attacked and destroyed, and there are people trapped here, and we try to rescue them. And there is lots of mess, and we try to evacuate the population out from here, citizens that actually here, we try to evacuate them out.
There was a heat as well, okay? The smoke is from a heat, okay? You know, I saw it. An explosion and then it smoke. That's right.
As you can see behind me and in various other locations, we're talking about a night filled with debris impact sites here in Israel, specifically residential areas like the one you can see right behind me. Our police bomb squads are some of the best in the world. They're right now on call and on site, making sure that we can secure these locations for all the civilians in the area.
Access to healthy food. So, we partnered with Amazon to run a home delivery program in West Seattle, U District, Auburn.
I sent it a bunch, okay? Okay. There is a hit. I think it was a hit, okay? Yes, coming. No, there is a heat. I think that there was a heat as well, okay? The smoke is not heat, okay? You know, I saw
So
it.
we are in the heart of civilian area, and rockets fell here and made a massive destruction. We can see here buildings that were actually attacked and destroyed. And we try to, there are people trapped here and we try to rescue them. And there is lots of mess and we try to evacuate the population out from here, citizens that actually here, we try to evacuate them out.
As you can see behind me and in various other locations, we're talking about a night filled with debris impact sites here in Israel, specifically residential areas like the one you can see right behind me. Our police bomb squads are some of the best in the world. They're right now on call and on site, making sure that we can secure these locations for all the civilians in the area.
I sent it back a bunch, okay? Okay, yeah, okay. There is a hit. I think it was a hit, okay? Yes, coming. No, there is a heat. I think that there was a heat as well, okay? The smoke is from a heat, okay? You know, I saw it. An explosion and then smoke. I saw it.
buildings that were actually attacked and destroyed. And there are people trapped here and we try to rescue them. And there is lots of mess and we try to evacuate the population out from here, citizens that actually here, we try to evacuate them out.
As you can see behind me and in various other locations, we're talking about a night filled with debris impact sites here in Israel, specifically residential areas like the one you can see right behind me. Our police bomb squads are some of the best in the world. They're right now on call and on site, making sure that we can secure these locations for all the civilians in the area.
I sent it back, okay? Okay, yeah, okay. There is a hit, I think it was a hit, okay? Yes, coming. No, there is a hit. I think that there was a hit as well. Okay, the smoke is from a hit. Okay. You know, I saw it. An explosion and then smoke. I saw it. Okay, bye-bye.
So we are in the heart of civilian area, and rockets fell here and made a massive destruction. We can see here buildings that were actually attacked and destroyed. And there are people trapped here, and we try to rescue them. And there is lots of mess, and we try to evacuate the population out from here. Citizens that actually here, we try to evacuate them out.
As you can see behind me and in various other locations, we're talking about a night filled with debris impact sites here in Israel, specifically residential areas like the one you can see right behind me. Our police bomb squads are some of the best in the world. They're right now on call and on site, making sure that we can secure these locations for all the civilians in the area.
I sent it a bunch, okay? Okay, yeah, okay. There is a hit, I think it was a hit, okay? Yes, coming. No, there is a heat. I think that there was a heat as well, okay? The smoke is from a heat, okay? You know, I saw it. An explosion and then it smoke. I saw it. Okay, bye-bye.
Playboy 1. Thanks for following.
Thank you. Appreciate you. Really do.
So we are in the heart of the civilian area, and rockets fell here and made a massive destruction. We can see here buildings that were actually attacked and destroyed. And there are people trapped here, and we try to rescue them. And there is lots of mess, and we try to evacuate the population out from here, citizens that actually here, we try to evacuate them out.
As you can see behind me and in various other locations, we're talking about a night filled with debris impact sites here in Israel, specifically residential areas like the one you can see right behind me. Our police bomb squads are some of the best in the world. They're right now on call and on site, making sure that we can secure these locations for all the civilians in the area.
I sent it back, okay? Okay, yeah, okay. There is a hit, I think it was a hit, okay?
Israel 2.0, where the old rules of the game of deterrence really do not apply. Israel has had total almost freedom of action in the Levant region. And tactically, as I said, these are gaining Israel great successes from a military standpoint. But Israel has opened up a front now with Lebanon, with Syria. Look at where it is in Gaza. These are with non-state actors. We're talking now about Iran, which is a major state, a population of almost 90 million. What is the end state? If Israel is looking at a multi-waved, prolonged series of attacks, including assassination of major military figures, perhaps the next wave may include political figures, I think there's a big question mark being asked also in the GCC states of what is Israel really after? Is it to weaken Iran's nuclear program? Is it to get Iran to negotiate really for a breakthrough with the United States? Or is it frankly just about regime instability, taking out another major player out of the chess game of the Middle East equation for Israel?
Ali, so Iran has to decide what it does now. Okay, as we understand it, as we record this program, the understanding is that Iran sent drones that were mostly, if not altogether, intercepted before they even reached Israeli airspace. That was probably not the extent of Iran's response. We don't think so, at least. What do you think? What are the avenues for Iran to respond here?
Look, the reality is that Iran doesn't have any good options available to it. If it doesn't respond and decides to pursue a de-escalatory trajectory, something along the lines that President Trump is expecting, I think mistakenly, that Israeli strike basically would modify Iran to come to the negotiating table and make concessions that it was previously reluctant to do. So that's one option, but it's very unlikely because, if the Iranians don't respond to this strike, it basically sets a precedent that this kind of attack on Iranian territory and assassination of senior leadership or elimination of the top military brass is all fair game. And that's a precedent that the Iranian regime, I'm sure, does not want to establish. The other side of this coin is that they know some of the things that Eddie and you were talking about before, which is this idea that Israel will continue to push the envelope unless it is stopped one way or another, or unless the cost increases in a way or externalized in a way that the U.S. would hold Israel back. That would require the Iranians to lash out with everything that they have in a way that it would basically scare the global economy and create so much chaos in the region that somebody would stop this escalatory cycle. But we don't know at this stage whether Iran actually has the ability to do so. I'm sure they're railing from the loss of some of the key military leaders. Israel clearly has deeply penetrated this system from an intelligence perspective. And we saw that Hezbollah's response to what Israel did to it fell way short of what people expected Hezbollah would be able to do. So it is possible that Iran, even if it wants to lash out, it might not be able to. But all of these are open questions. I mean, I remind everyone, we're only 12 hours into what might be a multi-day or a multi-week conflict.
Actually, this was going to be my next question. We're going to live with this story presumably for quite a while. So as our viewers, watch the news, read the headlines, I'd like you to give them maybe a little sense of how you read it and how you parse the words. Because when I look at the key players right now, whether it's Iran, whether it's Israel, even the U.S., everybody's coming out with these maximalist statements, right? Israel says we'll keep going as long as it takes to cripple the nuclear program. Iran says we're going to punish Israel. This will not remain unpunished. Trump is saying the next strike by Israel is going to be far worse. So if you look at this, it sounds like Armageddon, but we know there's also messaging and face saving. There are layers there to how you read these public statements. How do you read them?
Well, we are in uncharted territory. We have never had in the past 46 years since the Islamic Revolution in Iran this degree of direct confrontation between Iran and Israel, and this degree of uncertainty. So it's really hard to predict, but I think we can be open to the mistake of underestimating the risks at this moment and thinking that these tensions could be contained in the way that the two confrontations between Iran and Israel were in 2024 in April and October of last year. But we can also be exaggerating what could happen next, which is the risk of regional conflagration. We've seen so far that, for instance, Hezbollah appears more reluctant to enter into the fray. But the Houthis seem to be much more enthusiastic about jumping into the fray. What the groups in Iraq would do is also an open question. How much of Iran's offensive capabilities remain intact and how much of Iran would be willing to use against civilian centers in Israel remains an open question. If there are fatalities in Iranian retaliation, including American fatalities in Israel, I remind everyone there are 700,000 Americans who live in Israel, then the U.S. might be sucked into this conflict. So there are lots of open questions and uncertainties, and that is why I think it is in the interest of everyone, all the key actors and the regional players as well, to pull the plug now, because if this continues, it can easily spiral out of control.
Ellie, for now, negotiations seem to be off the table. I don't know what happens next, but there were supposed to be negotiations on Sunday, sixth round of talks between the U.S. envoy Steve Witkoff and the Iranian delegation. As far as, unless something changes, that's no longer happening.
Well, to my understanding, the Iranians have already announced that under the current conditions, they will not be going to the Omani-mediated talks. These attacks came 48 hours before Mr. Witkoff was meant to meet the Iranian foreign minister, potentially for some sort of a breakthrough on an interim agreement. This was something that, by the way, almost all the GCC states were supportive of. If you look at the condemnations, the most strongly worded condemnations right now are coming from the Arab world, I think, who fully understand that if things get out of hand, the entire region suffers, the geoeconomic vision for the entire region also suffers. And so there is now a real necessity to push both Washington and Tehran to preserve the diplomatic pathway, even if there might be a hiatus now while Israel and Iran carry out this military confrontation against one another.
Samuel, what is the pressure, the actual military threat that Iran can bring to bear on Israel? I ask you this because a few months ago, late in 2024, when last time Iran said, we're going to retaliate against Israel, and it sent dozens, if not more, ballistic missiles, various types of missiles, on Tel Aviv. The pictures were very impressive, but the consensus that built up in the hours and days that followed that Iranian attack on Israel was that it hadn't actually been very dangerous for Israel.
Yes, I mean, that's the risk that the Iranians have, right? I mean, they can do drone swarms, they can do missile swarms, but the Arab countries definitely are condemning the attack on Iran. But will those condemnations actually lead to them dissociating themselves from providing any kind of air defense support for Israel in the event of an Iranian retaliation? What we saw in the early hours here is that Jordan and the Israelis likely coordinated in terms of diffusing the threat, and other Arab countries are likely to follow suit. So I think that there is a bit of a disconnect there. Moreover, the Iranians really don't have a major power that can externally back them, like the Israelis have in a qualified way with the United States. I mean, the Russians have rushed in order to express solidarity with the Iranians. They've condemned the Israeli strikes, much like the way they used to condemn the Israeli strikes in Syria when Bashar al-Assad was in power. But the Russians don't really have much to offer the Iranians right now, in terms of deterrence. Their air defenses are extremely overstretched already in the war in Ukraine, and they're having difficulties guarding their own strategic bombers, let alone being able to guard Iranian nuclear facilities. They may be able to do something and help with Bushehr a little bit in terms of fortifying and safeguarding that, but even that...
Back arrow miss anything. Not sure if you got voice chat on or on Kickman.
Against Israel, it needs to make the most of its resources. I just don't know how Iran will be able to retaliate in a way that actually credibly deters Israel or inflicts enough cost on Israel that Israel decides to back off from military action.
They're right now on call.
Ellie, real quick, and I think this is going to be the last question because we have just under a minute left at this point. Samuel mentioned that Iran was basically solo in terms of not having much backing, right? Or if any backing, substantive backing, whereas Israel has the U.S. behind it. Now, the U.S. has said we were not involved in these strikes on Iranian nuclear facilities. We will, however, in the last few moments, Donald Trump has confirmed what we expected he'd say. We will, however, defend Israel. Trump has his hands on the steering wheel here. Where do you see, how do you expect him to turn the wheel?
So look, my sense is that there will be a stronger than what we've seen in terms of the drone strikes attack inside Israel. The US is expected, as you said, to provide defensive capabilities. The big question is if Iran and the US end up in a open confrontation with each other. If, for example, in the future responses, if the Israeli strikes continue and Iran feels the need to respond, Iran pivots to targeting US military bases and personnel, which I don't foresee that it will do in this first round of retaliation. And then the US president will be in a situation which he promised his base when he was campaigning he would keep the US out of the so-called endless war, that he will be in a position where, again, just like in Yemen, he will have to make a decision to dedicate considerable military resources to a new front with Iran that doesn't really have an endpoint. So I think President Trump, just like Iran, has a choice on whether there is a greater space to make concessions or if he's going to maintain a maximalist position on this issue of enrichment, which is really why we have hit a dead end at this point on the negotiations.
Thank you very much. That's all the time we have for today. I'd like to thank our guests for their insights, Eli Garanmaye, Ali Vaez, and Samuel Romani. And thank you, too, for watching. You can see the program again anytime by visiting our website. That's aljazeera.com. You can see the program again anytime by visiting.
There is a great... I think President Trump, just like Iran, has a choice on whether there is a greater space to make concessions or if he's going to maintain a maximalist position on this issue of enrichment, which is really why we have hit a
hearing the facts.
This place is desperate attempt for them to
documentaries. Al Jazeera's teams across silence journalism and unchecked power prevails.
You can be disappeared for writing a critical article about the U.S. government.
This is not about a free speech issue. This is about an activism issue.
Systemic omissions need to be called out.
When they broadcast news, it's parroting the government narrative. These are the stories that don't get told when international journalists don't go in to cover it.
The Listening Post, decoding the media on Al Jazeera.
Israel on high alert after Iranian drones hit several areas across the country. 3 people are killed. I'm Kerry Johnston. This is Al Jazeera live from Doha. Also coming up. Israel continues to rain missiles on Iran after killing top military commanders and damaging nuclear sites.
And made a massive destruction.
More is on the way.
We can see here buildings.
The regime doesn't know what hit them. They don't know what will hit them.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu urges the Iranian people to stand up to their government. Meanwhile, Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, accuses Israel of initiating a war, warns of grave consequences. Iran has begun a second day of strikes in retaliation for Israel's unprecedented attack on Iranian nuclear facilities and military leaders. 3 people have been killed in Israel since the Iranian retaliatory attack began on Friday.
Residential areas like the one you can see right behind me. Our police bomb squads are some of the best in the world. They're right
sirens have been sounding across Israel after Iran announced it had launched hundreds of ballistic missiles. Several Iranian missiles penetrated the Iron Dome defense system and struck central Tel Aviv and Rishon LeZion. Defense Minister Israel Katz says Iran has crossed a red line by targeting civilian areas as Israel continues to fire its own rockets at Iranian targets. At least 78 Iranians have been killed. Vidya Khan has more.
The skies over Tel Aviv ablaze. Explosions heard and plumes of smoke visible after Iran fired hundreds of ballistic missiles towards Israel. Retaliation for Israel's attack on Iran. Iranian television shows celebrations, while Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, warns of grave consequences.
Life will become bitter for them, without doubt. They cannot think that they've hit us and it's over. No, they started this, and now they've launched a war. We will not let them get away with this large-scale crime. The forces of the Islamic Republic will deliver huge blows to the Zionist regime. My dear people should know that we have no shortcomings in delivering an answer to this.
The unprecedented escalation started early Friday morning, when Israel began hitting targets, including infrastructure, individuals, military and nuclear sites, including Iran's main uranium enrichment facility, Natanz. Among those killed, top nuclear scientists and military leaders. 3 of 4 commanders in this video now dead.
We've taken out top military commanders, senior nuclear scientists, the Islamic regime's most significant enrichment facility, and a large portion of its ballistic missile arsenal. More is on the way. The regime doesn't know what hit them. They don't know what will hit them.
By nightfall, attacks on Iran continued, and videos showed the country's air defenses activated once again, as fears grow that a region already very much on edge may be heading to an all-out conflict. Freddie Akar, Al Jazeera.
Noor Ode joins us now from Amman. She's there because the Israeli government has banned Al Jazeera from reporting inside Israel and the occupied West Bank. So, Noor, what's the latest situation in Israel at the moment?
Well, in the past few minutes, we've seen signs of alarms going off in northern Israel, probably warning from what appears to be drones near the Lebanese border. And we've seen that really in the past few hours, a drone here or there in the Jordan Valley, in northern Israel, in the Eilat area, in the south. That's, of course, in addition to the volleys of ballistic missiles that have hit, especially the Tel Aviv area, where, as you said, 3 people were killed and at least 9 buildings were reported either damaged or destroyed.
And Israel's Prime Minister has been unrepentant, stressing that there's more to come.
Yeah, the Israeli government was very clear from the beginning of this assault on Iran. They said that this will take as long as it takes, days, possibly more. They have warned the Israeli public that they will need to be in or near shelters for prolonged periods, and that's exactly what happened overnight. It is not something that Israelis are used to, certainly not in this kind of ferocity. This is a different kind of confrontation. Iran is a formidable counterpart, if you will. It has a ballistic missiles, it has a whole host of drones and different kinds of drones that it can launch at Israel. So that's what we've seen play out, and we've seen the use of those drones, some detected, some going below the radars. In some cases, these sirens didn't go off. Now, Tel Aviv is very important in that context, sentimentally, psychologically, but also because it hosts the Ministry of Defense. The same applies to the occupied West Bank, where there are several military bases housed in the illegal settlements. The tone of the Israeli Prime Minister is important here to keep morale up and to also give the Israeli public a message that they are striking at strategic Iranian targets, and that whatever they're enduring now is worth it as far as the Israeli government is concerned.
With that update there, Noor, thank you.
They're right now on call.
US President Donald Trump has held separate phone calls with the Emir of Qatar and the Saudi Crown Prince to discuss ongoing attacks between Israel
Barefaced
and Iran.
Tenavir Bareface.
According to a statement released
Welcome to my channel.
Trump has affirmed
Make sure to like and subscribe. Thanks for the support.
To resolve the crisis.
Anything major pop off again?
Castro joins us now from Washington. So what have we been hearing then? What more from the US administration?
Well, coming from Donald Trump himself, his position on these Israeli strikes has completely flipped. Prior to the strikes, he was telling reporters that he did not want Israel to go in, that it would damage the nuclear talks between the U.S. and Iran. And then after these strikes, he called them, quote, excellent. And he blamed Iran for, in a sense, triggering them, he says, because they didn't take the deal that the U.S. had offered to stop enriching uranium completely. So he's really showing these two impulses that are also characterized by a division now in the Republican Party that Trump comes from. We have a side that wants him to be
nothing's really popped off, but there should be some good stuff tomorrow with No Kings marches everywhere all over the country.
And then there's the other side where we saw Trump himself using bombastic language to say that he would bomb Iran. And those are the war hawks that are also trying to convince him to get more involvement and to more support Israel militarily. And which side Trump lands on, it really is hard to tell, given that his sympathies seem to be with whichever side is more impressive to him at the moment, and him now calling these airstrikes excellent that Israel's waging on Iran. It seems that any wager that Israel may have taken that they may pull him, the U.S. president, to their side militarily, it seems to be paying off at the moment.
And Heidi, there are reports that the U.S. has been shifting military resources in the region. What more do we know about that?
That's right, and the Pentagon has been clear that this is to defend U.S. troops that are in the region, but also a senior administrative official says that U.S. has been helping to take out some of the Iranian missiles aimed toward Israel. 2 American destroyers are also moving closer to the region to increase that capability. And notably, B-2 bombers in the weeks prior to this attack were on the base in Diego Garcia Island, which is a very secluded island that could be a launching point if the U.S. were to issue airstrikes on Iran itself. And that war hawk side of the Republican Party and some of Trump's advisors has been telling him that essentially Israel cannot eliminate Iran's nuclear capabilities alone, given that they lack the planes and the bombs needed to bust bunkers, which only the U.S. would be able to provide.
Joe Castro in Washington there for us. Thank you. Well, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has told Iranians that the attacks on their country would help them to achieve freedom.
The Islamic regime, which has oppressed you for nearly 50 years, threatens to destroy my country, the State of Israel. The objective of Israel's military operation is to remove this threat, both the nuclear threat and the ballistic missile threat to Israel. And as we achieve our objectives, we're also clearing the path for you to achieve your objective, which is freedom.
Thomas Countryman is a former U.S. Assistant Secretary of State for International Security and Non-Proliferation. He says only the U.S. has the capability to de-escalate the situation.
Let me say first that I'm deeply concerned about the civilians in both Iran and Israel who will probably be the primary victims of Israel's reckless military action. The United States, for 25 years, has discouraged the Israeli government, and especially Prime Minister Netanyahu, from attacking Iran. 5 U.S. presidents, including Trump in his first term, resisted the Israeli effort to have the United States military fight Israel's conflict with Iran. It is not clear that President Trump this time discouraged Israel from doing so. And Trump now seeks to use the threat of further Israeli military attacks on Iran as negotiating leverage with Iran. This is, if that's what he's doing, it is a profoundly misguided strategy. It is only the United States that has the capability to de-escalate the situation by asking its ally Israel to refrain from further actions and to reiterate that we can negotiate a meaningful agreement with Iran that will prevent any future acquisition of nuclear weapons. It's difficult to foresee President Trump doing that, but it remains the best bet for both Iran and the United States to continue to choose diplomacy over escalation. This is a dangerous situation for the United States as well. I think Trump is sincere in his desire to see peace in the Middle East, as in Ukraine. But the problem with choosing friends like Benjamin Netanyahu or Vladimir Putin is that they will pursue their military ambitions regardless of the difficult position that it puts the United States into. I hope that Iran shows some wisdom and does not retaliate against U.S. bases, U.S. forces, U.S. citizens in the region. That is what Netanyahu is hoping for, and it would draw the U.S. into an active support role for Israel's attacks. So if Tehran shows that kind of wisdom and limits its response to Israeli forces, then I think it is still possible for the United States to avoid becoming a party to this war.
Ali Vyas is the director of the Iran project at the International Crisis Group. He says the entire region is the closest it's ever been to a full-scale conflict.
This is an absolutely dangerous situation for the entire region. I think the region has never been as close on the edge of a full-fledged conflagration than it is right now. Of course, Iran has retaliated against Israeli strikes, and if this process of tit for tat continues, at some point there will be more and more casualties, which could include American casualties in Israel. Let's remember that there are 700,000 Americans who live in Israel. And if that happens, then it will be very hard for the United States not to be sucked into another war in the Middle East, which of course would have disastrous repercussions for the entire region. We don't know for sure. There are speculations about how many ballistic missiles Iran has, but the reality is that Iran has one of the most sophisticated and largest arsenals of ballistic missiles in the region. Whether Israel has been able to disable some of these launchers and missile sites and the degree of paralysis that has been created as a result of eliminating some of the senior military brass, does that affect Iran's ability to launch everything it has at Israel? These are questions we don't have an answer to, but one thing is clear. Iran still has offensive capabilities. It still has allies in the region who remain relatively strong, like the Houthis in Yemen or the Shia militias in Iraq. So this can still get very ugly very quickly if it continues. And the difference in this round, I would say, compared to 2024, is that the Biden administration moved relatively quickly to draw a line under the cycle of escalation. There was one tit for tat, and then that was over. But this time around, the Trump administration does not seem that interested in pulling the plug on further escalation.
Still ahead on Al Jazeera, Israel continues its attacks in Gaza. At least 44 Palestinians are killed in just under 24 hours.
So we are in the heart of civilian area, and rockets.
Hello, the weather's looking pretty quiet now. We're across much of the Arabian Peninsula, Middle East, not too much going on, at least weather-wise. We do have a few showers somewhat further north, just around the Caucasus. They'll make their way out of the Black Sea, pushing across towards the Caspian Sea. But south thereof, as you can see, largely dry. Boy, is it hot, but close to 50 Celsius across many areas. Kuwait at 49 degrees, Baghdad could touch 50 degrees as we go through the next couple of days. Warm enough to cross the eastern side of the Mediterranean, at 39 there for Nicosia. Looking at temperatures into the high 20s around the Levant. But notice some showers there in Turkey. They'll make their way a little further eastwards as we go through Sunday. Dry weather trying to come back in behind. Quite very easy through the Aegean into that eastern side of the Mediterranean. Largely dry and quiet across northern parts of Africa. More in the way of showers across West Africa, just pushing up towards southern Mali, towards Senegal. Big pulse of heavier rain. The seasonal rain's doing quite nicely. Lifting a little further northwards as we go on into Sunday. Meanwhile, it's largely dry across South Africa at the moment after our recent spell of very wet weather, more in the way of showers into eastern parts of Madagascar and Tanzania.
President Trump got the tariffs that he's dreamt about for years, but how will it affect America and the world? With renewed war in Gaza and instability spreading across the entire region, what are President Trump's true goals in the Middle East?
A quizzical look at U.S. politics, the bottom line.
Hearing the facts.
This place is the last desperate attempt for them to protect and save their children from the spread of hunger.
Al Jazeera's teams across the world bring you closer to the heart of the story.
with Al Jazeera, a reminder of the headlines now. Iran has begun a second day of strikes in retaliation for Israel's unprecedented attack on Iranian nuclear facilities and military leaders. 3 people have been killed in Israel since the Iranian retaliatory attack began on Friday. Israel has continued to fire its own rockets at Iranian targets. At least 78 Iranians have been killed. Israel Defense Minister Israel Katz says Tehran has crossed a red line by targeting civilian areas. The UN Security Council has held an emergency session to discuss the ongoing conflict. Gabriel Elizondo has more now from the United Nations headquarters in New York.
The barbaric and criminal attack.
Criminal and barbaric. That is how Iran's ambassador to the UN described Israel's attack on his country during an emergency session of the Security Council. And he said Israel's motivation was clear.
Israel officials say that this aggression aims to wreak nuclear talks. This confession alone is enough to reveal the real motive behind the attack: to kill diplomacy, to sabotage negotiation, and to drag the region into wider conflict. This leaves no room for denial.
These actions risk eroding the trust and sanctity of the negotiations process, so crucial for the peaceful settlement of these issues.
From the main square in Tehran, Israel framed its attack as eliminating a threat.
We acted to prevent a threat that would endanger not only Israel, but the entire world. We will not sit quietly while our people are targeted. Not again, not ever.
But Russia and China said Israel's attack on Iran was completely unprovoked.
No matter what Israel says to the contrary, it is a gross violation of the UN Charter and international law.
We urge Israel to immediately cease all military adventurism and avoid further escalating tensions.
After a 2.5-hour council meeting followed by another hour in closed consultations, left unsaid was the real sense that events on the ground have overwhelmed anything the council can possibly do to stop whatever happens next. Gabriel Elizondo, Al Jazeera, at the United Nations in New York.
These exchange of attacks are happening at a time when Tehran was engaged in indirect talks with the US over its nuclear program. Iran has now withdrawn from the next round scheduled on Sunday. An engagement with Iran dates back to 2015. Western nations signed a landmark nuclear deal with the country. It enacted limitations to Iran's nuclear program in exchange for sanctions relief. But in 2018, US President Donald Trump withdrew unilaterally and reimposed sanctions. That was despite opposition from other signatories to the pact. As Trump took office for a second term, he began pushing for a new nuclear deal. Iran and the US have so far engaged in 5 rounds of indirect talks. And earlier this week, UN's watchdog formally stated that Iran is failing to meet its nuclear obligations. The agency says the country had enriched a record amount of uranium to near weapons grade. Today's correspondent Dorsa Jabari joins us here in the studio now. So Dorsa, these talks, which were supposed to be happening in Amman on Sunday, it's all over.
Well, we don't know that yet. Officially, the Iranians have not announced or confirmed, but just this morning, the Iranian Foreign Ministry spokesperson said that these nuclear talks with the U.S. are now meaningless, but he said the final decision will be made on Sunday. But it's very unlikely that the Iranians will attend the 6th round of indirect talks with the U.S. In the past 3 months, they started in April, they haven't been able to get anywhere. And that's because they say U.S. came to the table with one agenda, with one point of view, that Iran could enrich at low levels. And then about halfway through, after the 3rd round of talks, suddenly we start hearing from Steve Witkoff, the U.S. Special Envoy. In these negotiations, he said enrichment is off the table. Iran cannot have any enrichment capabilities. And the Iranians said, wait a minute, that's not what we discussed. And that is definitely a red line for us. So the Americans changed their point of view halfway through. And that is why the Iranians are saying, first of all, we can't trust them because they keep moving the bar that they set themselves. Second, given everything that's happened over the past 24 hours, what is the point of having these discussions?
So would Iran be right to regard the US as not an honest broker here when you look at the history of talks and President Trump's recent comments?
Absolutely. Iran has had nearly 50 years of experience dealing with the United States indirectly, and every time they have been duped, disappointed, everything has fallen through. The 2015 nuclear deal is the latest example. There are many times, and the Supreme Leader has said over and over again, that he's not going to prevent Iranian officials from moving forward in having diplomatic talks, trying to find a diplomatic solution to the impasse about Iran's nuclear program. But he said the United States always adopts a carrot and stick policy, and they cannot be trusted. So Iran is, especially now with what has happened, Iran is very, very pessimistic that the U.S. can be trusted because they believe that what Israel has been able to carry out inside Iran over the past 24 hours has been with the help of the United States. If Donald Trump did not give the green light to Benjamin Netanyahu, the Israelis would not have carried out any attacks inside Iran. So the Iranians are saying, while we're in a fight, we're not going to negotiate at the same time.
And with all this, how are other countries in the region reacting to this extraordinary situation?
Well, they're doing everything they can to try and bring an end to this fighting as soon as possible. We heard that the Emir of Qatar, the Saudi Crown Prince, have spoken to U.S. President Donald Trump on Friday to try and convince the U.S. President to put all the pressure that he can on Benjamin Netanyahu to end this ongoing bombardment taking place in Iran, because Iran, as we saw early Saturday morning, launched its first response, and it's not likely to be its last.
Okay, Dorsa Jabari, thank you very much. Well, while all eyes have been on the Israeli-Iranian conflict, the Israeli army has continued its attacks across the Gaza Strip, killing 4 Palestinians on Saturday morning in Gaza City. And in the Nusrat refugee camp, at least 15 casualties are reported in an attack near the US-Israeli-run distribution center. Israeli forces shelled the area as people lined up for food. Well, these were the scenes at the local Al-Auda hospital after the overnight attack. These attacks come after 44 Palestinians were killed on Friday. Al-Hujri reports from Deir al-Balah in central Gaza.
The Israeli forces continue its attack across the Gaza Strip in different areas. In the north, in Beit Lahi, Jabalia, Beit Hanun, in the middle area, in Al-Maghazi, Deir al-Balah, and also in the southern parts of the Gaza Strip in Khan Yunis. Now, these attacks are going on as there is a total communication blackout imposed on the Gaza Strip, where the Israeli forces targeted the main fiber internet base in the Gaza Strip, where Palestinians are unable to connect to each other, and ambulances and paramedics are saying that they are not being able to reach those Palestinians that are attacked in their houses. The Israeli forces are still attacking Palestinians in the streets. They're attacking residential houses, and they're also targeting Al-Mawasi, which is in Khan Yunis and is designated as a safe humanitarian zone by the Israeli army. But it's not only the air attacks, it's also the live ammunition that the Israeli forces are opening fire on Palestinians that are approaching distribution points by the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. We're talking about dozens of Palestinians being killed every single day, and dozens of others that are injured, and most of them are injured in the upper parts of the body. Doctors are saying that their situation is very, very critical, but also what we need to know is what's driving Palestinians to go to these distribution points is the fact that Palestinians are starving. And talking with Palestinians, they're saying that they either die from the forced starvation or from the Israeli airstrikes or from the live ammunition that Israel is opening as they go and collect the food. Hind al-Khudri, Al Jazeera, Deir al-Balah, Gaza, Palestine.
U.S. Marines have moved into Los Angeles to take over protecting the Wilshire Federal Building. That's a federal detention center that's been the site of anti-government protests. The Marines' arrival comes amid a legal challenge against President Donald Trump's deployment of the National Guard. On Thursday, a U.S. appeals court allowed Trump to maintain his deployment of the troops in Los Angeles, temporarily pausing a lower court ruling that blocked the mobilization. Protests against immigration raids look set to enter their second week the strongest backlash since President Trump's return to power in January. Now, coastal areas in southern China are bracing for flooding and typhoon warnings as tropical storm Utip churns closer. Well, it pounded Hainan Island on Friday with heavy winds and rain. More than 16,000 people have been moved from low-lying areas, and more than 40,000 working on boats have been moved ashore. Utip is the first typhoon to make landfall in the country this year. Family members of those killed in Thursday's Air India crash are helping to identify bodies. Investigators are analysing digital flight data to determine what caused the Boeing 787 to strike a residential area soon after takeoff. More than 240 people were killed. Elena Veselinovic reports.
A day on, the grim reality is setting in. Distraught relatives giving DNA samples to help identify their loved ones. Among them, this man, whose mother and 2-year-old daughter were inside the building struck by Air India Flight 171.
We left yesterday at around 1 p.m. to distribute meals, and this incident happened around 1:30 p.m. There is no news of my mother or my 2-year-old daughter. A lot of people managed to escape, I am told. Mum was in the last room where the fuel tank burst. It's all charred.
As bodies were brought to the morgue, families grieved. Others waited, caught between hope and despair.
We don't know the actual position yet about my wife. The officials are saying that we will have to undergo DNA examination, and only after that they will be able to give any information.
India's Prime Minister visited the sole survivor of those on board the flight, who, against all odds, is doing well. But his brother is gone.
Everything happened in front of my eyes. I don't know how I survived. For some time, I thought I was going to die. But when I opened my eyes, I realized I was alive, and I tried to unbuckle myself from the seat and escape from wherever I could.
Investigators have recovered the aircraft's black box flight recorder and the digital video recorder, which captures footage from onboard cameras. Air India's CEO says the company will fully cooperate with the investigation.
This morning, I visited the crash site and was deeply moved by the scenes. We know that the investigations will take time, but we will be fully transparent and will support the process for as long as it takes.
Those left behind want answers about how their loved ones came to perish in the worst aviation disaster in India's history. Milena Veselinovic, Al Jazeera.
And you can find more information on our website at aljazeera.com. The news continues here on Al Jazeera after the bottom line. Stay with us.
Injustice, for me, is the driving force of why I do this. To show people what it's like to live in some of the most dangerous parts of the world, to live in places where injustice isn't something you read in the news, it's something that happens to you every single day.
So we are in...
Everyone here is watching the news on their mobile phones, but unlike you or I, they're not watching for the news, they're watching their homes being destroyed in real time. When you're on the ground, when you're showing people what's going on, whether it's a war or a natural disaster, whether it's political corruption, making sure that they understand in a simple language is absolutely crucial. The city's already 50% evacuated. Most of those people actually left in the early days of the war. I couldn't do this job without the best cameramen, best producers, the best fixers, and those are the people that I rely on in order to be able to get that message out to the world.
As you can see behind me and in various other locations, we're talking about a night filled with debris impact sites here in Israel, specifically residential areas like the one you can see right behind me.
Hi, I'm Steve Clements, and I have a question. With thousands of U.S. soldiers deployed on American soil to quash demonstrations, are Democratic politicians right to warn us about the country's slide towards authoritarianism? Let's get to the bottom line. Trump administration's aggressive crackdown on immigrants has led to fierce pushback from protesters and open sparring between local officials and the federal government. Americans are now evenly split on immigration, with at least half of them supporting deportations of people who don't have residency papers. But this divide goes way deeper. What's at stake, according to the opponents of U.S. President Donald Trump, is the very soul of the nation. Does America want to be a place where mass federal agents arrest people off the street and in their homes and whisk them off to overcrowded detention centers? Do all politicians have to express their undying thanks and loyalty to the president all the time? And throughout all the changes sweeping the nation, where is the second biggest party, the Democrat Party? Where are the bold alternatives Democrats are floating as an alternative? Today we're talking with one of the leaders of the Democratic Party in Congress, Representative Ro Khanna, who represents the district known as Silicon Valley. Congressman Khanna, it's really great to have you on the show again. And look, I mean, we're living in a moment that not many of us thought we were going to be in. We're having, right now, the President of the United States is deploying 4,000 National Guardsmen to quell protests in Los Angeles about immigration. This is the deployment of federal force against American citizens inside U.S. borders. Just love to get your thoughts.
Well, it's unconstitutional. I mean, the reality is that we need to unequivocally condemn people who are attacking law enforcement or trying to vandalize federal property or cars. But the appropriate remedy for that is the state police, the local police. You don't bring in the federal troops, Marines, to deal with something like that. And you certainly don't override a governor. So the issue here is less about where you stand on immigration, less about where you stand in condemning violence against law enforcement, and more where do you stand on the Constitution.
Well, in this battle in Los Angeles, and I want to move beyond this topic to the kind of the broader macro picture, Governor Gavin Newsom of California has protested, has said he's going to take this to the courts. Donald Trump has threatened to jail him. I mean, this is a kind of rhetoric between government officials we're not used to. If Donald Trump were to jail Gavin Newsom, you know, would this cart go off the rails? Would Republicans find itself that this was disagreeable from their perspective? I'm just interested in what can send a shot across the bow, if you will, of the presidency with regards to this kind of deployment of power.
Well, jail him on what charge? Gavin Newsom is the governor of a state who was actually trying to deploy state police to help manage the situation. Even Steve Harmon said that it walked that back. So I know Trump thinks this is a war of words, but the reality is that it's doing enormous damage to the Constitution. There is enormous damage in terms of dividing this country. There's enormous damage in escalating things. And people just want common sense. I mean, they want Democrats to condemn violence. They want the Republicans to say, no, you can't have the Marines go in there. And they want secure borders and a path to people who are here, hardworking, paying taxes, having a path to legalization and citizenship. I don't think that this is a difficult issue if politicians were solution-oriented instead of scoring points.
You know, as long as I've known you, Ro, you have talked about spreading out success in the country, giving opportunity in the country beyond. You know, you represent Silicon Valley, so lots of, you know, zillionaires there who've done very, very well, but you've gone to parts of the country that were not parts that were particularly friendly to Democrats, and you've talked about spending that opportunity economy around. You've talked about progressive capitalism and trying to kind of find a way out of the classic box of progressive politics into something that appealed to others. And I'm just interested in this moment. You know, how is that going from your perspective? And as we see this toxicity between both parties right now, is anyone else trying to find that common ground?
Well, I believe that the central challenge in the country is that, look, you've got $14 trillion in my district. It's Apple, Google, NVIDIA, Tesla, and Broadcom. Why $1 trillion companies? And so many other parts of the country have seen hollowing out, manufacturing.
Bro, I'm literally lagging. That's what Carl would say before he switched to Easy Fiber. Carl now has 8 gig upload and download speeds, and it's $119 per month. Let's find out if you're really lagging. Click that link below to switch to Easy Fiber.
Got us our freedom. And what I said is that we've got
Your pet deserves the best care. When your pet isn't feeling well, it can be stressful. At Blue Pearl Pet Hospital, we've helped millions of pets thrive through compassionate, expert care. We proudly serve Puget Sound with ERs in Tacoma and Olympia. Blue Pearl Pet Hospital. Here for your pet. Here for you.
In communities, I call for a White House Economic Development Council, the 21st Century Marshall Plan in America, where we recognize that modern prosperity isn't going to be just through blanket tariffs or going and trying to conquer Mexico or Panama, that we're going to build wealth in every community across this country.
So when you kind of take that message out there, is it resonating? Because what you see politically, a lot of black voters, a lot of Hispanic voters have been moving a little rightward. You know, you've had the President Trump, really harvest a lot of working class Americans. So my question to you is, given the trends that we saw, you know, in the election between Donald Trump versus Kamala Harris, are you beginning to feel some of that outreach to some of those Americans that feel demeaned and neglected and left behind? Is that working for you?
We have a lot of work to do, but I think that what Americans want to see is respect, that they're hardworking in their communities, and then they want to see a real plan and a vision. How do they build economic security? How do they build economic wealth? Donald Trump gave him a plan. It was a wrong plan. He said, I'm going to give blanket tariffs. I'm going to stop immigrants from coming here, and then you're going to have a better life. And he's a billionaire who people trusted on the economy. Now they're seeing that that isn't working. It's not like there are new factories coming up across America. It's not like they're building more economic prosperity. What I'm saying is, look, let's have a 21st century plan for how you have economic security and economic independence. Let's make sure this is in every community. And let's make sure we respect the people to be local, to be able to have local culture and understand and appreciate it. I do think that people are open to that, but we have to earn that trust back.
What are the bold moves the Democratic Party needs to do to reinvent itself and resell itself to American voters?
One, we need to respect the American voters. We need to stop making people afraid of speech, afraid of being judged if they say the wrong thing, afraid of telling an off-color joke. As long as they understand that respect as citizens, we've got to lighten up a bit and respect people in a big tent. The second thing is then that we need to have a real sense of vision for all parts of America, that we understand how communities have been stagnating and struggling, and how hard it is sometimes where kids have been leaving towns have been stagnating, losing church attendance, hollowing out, where folks are struggling to pay child care, medical bills. And we have an actual vision for people's economic renewal, economic security, and it's a common mission for the country. And then finally, I think people want to have a hope again in America, to believe in America. The Kennedy years, the years that my parents came here, where America was the place to be, where we were an example for the world, we were humming and doing big things, to have new dreams. I think people are hungry for that. They're exhausted, they're embarrassed, they're tired of threatening each other, threatening to arrest each other. They want us to work towards a common vision for this nation. And that's I think, what the country desperately needs.
You look at the the most successful place on the planet, it's the district that you represent. And that's because of the free flow of capital, of minds, of intellectual capability. And it just seems to me that there's a giant rejection of that going on right now. Does that give you concerns?
Well, there's anger in America. There's anger in America because a lot of places were hollowed out from NAFTA and the China Defense World Trade Organization. globalization and automation didn't work, not just for white working class Americans, but a lot of black Americans in factory towns in Milwaukee and Detroit that suffered. And they saw wealth pile up in certain places, but it wasn't just wealth, it was also social prestige and recognition. And the people who said, we fought for this country, we built things, we worked hard, felt ignored, abandoned. And so Trump comes along and says, no, you're the part of America, I'm going to respect you. And he's taking the sledgehammer to the parts of America that they thought had gotten too much recognition. Now, my view is, I don't think you take a sledgehammer to the parts of America that are prospering. I think we have to bring this country together so that we have economic security, economic prosperity in all across this country. And that means recognizing that science and technology investments are good, that universities are good, and that we do need to welcome continually the best and brightest, but that we have to be focused in not recognizing that there were going to be places abandoned, that we need a diversified economy that respects manufacturing and work with people working with their hands, that we need to be looking at how do we bring modern wealth in every part of this country. You know, the Ming Dynasty in China, 1400 on, stopped all their ships from going to other places, and they stopped trade, and they stopped engaging with civilization. And it took 300 years, but then basically China stopped being a great power and was colonized by European powers. What I tell people is, fortunately, Donald Trump's not going to be in charge for 300 years. He gets 8. But we've got to have a much more robust economic patriotism that's not an isolationism going forward.
When it comes to the immigrant issue, has he put the Democrats in a position where they are having to defend the rights, civil rights of non-citizens? I mean, I'm just interested in this cross pressure of what do Democrats come out standing for versus what Donald Trump is putting forward. And when I look at something like immigration, where there was kind of growing concern, even on, you know, Democratic-run cities like Chicago, Boston, New York, you had, you know, this kind of building up as an issue during the Biden administration, and a lot of people felt like it didn't get there, and it put, you know, certain people that were saying, hey, we want to, you know, care about all rights of all people, even those that are here without, you know, legal protections, that we want to protect them. But has it put the Democrats in a box that's hard to get out of?
Well, I think the Democratic position has got to be that the Constitution requires certain due process of every person. That's a patriotic thing that we do here in America, that most immigrants who come here, like my parents, come here to work hard, to have their kids work hard, to contribute, that my parents talked a lot more about my responsibilities than my rights. They said, you were born here, you won the lottery, work hard, and learn about the country's history, become very strong in English, because having the strength in English makes you have to be strong and successful in America. I remember my mom sitting on a kitchen table with note cards with vocabulary words, so that I had the best understanding from her perspective of a ninth grader could have of the English language. And I think that story of immigrants, the true story of immigrants who want to embrace so much of American culture, who want to understand and revel in American culture because they came to America by choice, is often lost. And you see these unfortunate incidents of some immigrants committing violence, or you know, not having the American flag, waving it with pride, and that's just not the story of immigrants in America. We have to tell the story that John F. Kennedy told, that Barack Obama told, of immigrants as patriots, of immigrants as part of the Team America, and that all of Team America is going to lead the 21st century. And that I think can resonate in communities across this country. How do I know it? Because I grew up in a 99% white community in Bucks County, Pennsylvania, and I felt I could do anything, and I felt really part of the community.
You know, another bit of the story I want to tell our public about you is, you know all these captains of industry, AI, you know, essentially tomorrow's technology innovations. You know many of the people who put them together, but one of your old relationships is someone who's been in the news a lot, and that's Elon Musk, who himself was an immigrant to the United States, you know, became incredibly powerful as the sort of first friend of Donald Trump. And they've had a nasty divorce. I don't want to get into all the details of divorce unless you want to, but it's just, here's the richest man in the world, who's a friend of yours, and the most powerful man in the world, Donald Trump, having a divide. But one of the questions, and I'm sort of interested in, is is where does that go, and what does it say about the United States, which is always about checks and balances on power, that we have two giant super suns of power, and there doesn't seem to be much constraint on either one except each other?
Well, it says that the country needs much stronger checks and balances, starting with banning super PAC money. Because no one should be able to spend hundreds of millions of dollars. I don't care if you're Elon Musk or someone on the Democratic side. That's just fundamentally anti-democratic. But Musk, I think, left because of the isolationism that Trump represented. I mean, Musk is an international student himself. He doesn't believe we should ban all international students. He doesn't believe we should have blanket tariffs on every country. He doesn't believe that we should be gutting medical research or clean energy tax credits. And he doesn't believe in exploding the deficit just for tax breaks for no end to the wealthy. And so there was so much that he disagreed with that you hear tech leaders saying under their breath, and Musk kind of brought it out to the surface. And so I think what this is going to do is really expose how Donald Trump is not good for the innovation economy. And I think what Democrats need to say is we recognize that we made mistakes as a country in so many parts of America that helped build America and making sure that they participated in the economic future. And we're going to now make sure that we're speaking to that for the common vision.
You know, one of the things that animated Elon Musk and others as well from Silicon Valley, I would, put other people, perhaps potentially like Mark Andreessen, other folks, that hadn't really been deeply involved in these issues, was a sense that they were vulnerable, that there was an over-regulatory approach to what was coming in the future of AI, what was coming in technology platforms, etc. Do you think that the leaders of your party have learned that lesson, or is regulating that industry, more tightly still part of the DNA of the leadership of the Democrats right now?
I think it was that they didn't feel self-respect, or respected, and just like there were too many parts of the country who were steel workers or auto workers, and we didn't go and say, you helped build America, thank you. You built this country. A lot of the tech leaders felt they became the bad guys, that they were all responsible for all the problems, as opposed to saying, thank you for creating new technology, thank you for being innovative. Yeah, we want to tax you more because we need to have taxes to pay for child care and health care, but we fundamentally respect you. And I think a lot of times people like to use politics to economics, but my agenda of an economic patriotism is not just about economics, it's about respect. And I think technology leaders need to be respected as entrepreneurs, as wealth generators, as helping contribute to the country. And then we can debate the taxation and child care and health care policy.
With economic patriotism, and you and I have talked about this before, and I find the concept very attractive for a lot of people. How do you approach some of those that have begun to approach Donald Trump and sort of give them a home in that space? How do you take that notion and spread it out so it becomes a different star, if you will, to follow in that equal, economic equation?
I think you say if you're on Team America and are going to invest here, we want you on our side. But then look, our vision of economic development is going to also involve labor and unions, and it's going to make sure that there are higher wages. I look at someone like Bill Knudsen for FDR, at GM and Ford, and then he helped to start the industrial board. And that was something that industrialized America, but also lifted workers. Why don't we do something with AI called the Future Workforce Administration? The college unemployment rate for college graduates between 21 and 29 is 15%. That could go up to 30%. How about we have something that employs young people to do different tasks, whether it's civil rebuilding of our agencies, whether it is making our digital infrastructure better, whether it is our public infrastructure, our climate resilience, renewable energies, so that they get experience before they go on to the private sector. There's so many things we can do. But the core tenet of new economic patriotism is the highest goal has to be the economic development and success of communities and families across this country, and preparing America to lead the 21st century in the economies of the future.
Ro, I'd love to get your take on two of the nasty places out in kind of the global foreign policy scene, one Ukraine and the other Israel, Gaza, and deal with this. President Trump seems to be wanting to extract America from both of those, and I don't know, maybe hope they go away or that there's a new resolution or a new deal. Do you have any kind of insights in what you think would be a smart policy, both to deal with, you know, the Gaza challenge and Israel and Ukraine, Russia?
Well, Ukraine, we can't appease Putin. I mean, if we allow Putin to just take 1/5 of the country, which is what he wants, then who's to stop Xi Jinping from taking 1/5 of Taiwan? I am for supporting Ukraine. Now, people say, well, how do you end the war? And I have supported, even to criticism in my own party, diplomacy while we support Ukraine. So we should be supporting Ukraine. We should be facilitating diplomacy and seeing how we can come to a resolution which doesn't require Ukraine to give up 1/5 of its territory. But the dressing down of Zelensky or the abdication of the defense of Ukraine is very short-sighted. Because it's basically telling authoritarian governments they can go conquer land. On Israel-Palestine, I mean, I have always supported a secure Israel as a democratic state and an ally. They're very interconnected, obviously, with Silicon Valley, but what's going on in Gaza is heartbreaking. I mean, you can't push all the Palestinian population down just to southern Gaza, and you can't talk as Trump and others have of resettling Palestinians in Jordan and Egypt, or conquering or redeveloping Gaza is for economic purposes. You need a secure Israeli state as a Jewish democratic state, and you need a Palestinian state with the help of Egypt, Jordan, Saudi Arabia, and the United States should help be working towards that solution, a Palestinian state that's recognized without Hamas. And I believe that that is the vision forward.
Do you think that's one of the balls and chains that was around President Biden and then Kamala Harris's profile, you know, was the failure to take a bolder step on Gaza and Israel?
I think economics and the border were the first two. I mean, we didn't raise the wage, we didn't tax wealth, we didn't deal as boldly as we could have with the inflation. I mean, I had an op-ed in 2032 saying, why don't we nationalize use the National Guard to actually deal with the logistics issues? Why don't we make sure that we are going after and subsidizing food prices like FDR did during that time? But yeah, I don't think Gaza helped.
Finally, how many years is it going to take for you and your, colleagues to rebuild the Democratic Party into something that is back in power?
Yes, a year and a half. I think we're going to be back in 26. This is a country where the pendulum keeps swinging. It's one of the beautiful things about American democracy. 9 out of 10 elections, there's been a swing of either the House or the Senate or the presidency. We were at 27% favorability around 1989, and then you had Bill Clinton. So I think that you're going to have a robust Democratic Party, and that's good for the country. We need robust parties on both sides, but what we do need is a new generation that's going to focus on solutions, bringing us together, having new, big, bold dreams for the country again that involve all of us, not just the particular states or districts we represent.
Terrific. Well, that was great conversation. Democratic Congressman Ro Khanna, thank you so much for being with us today.
Thank you, Steve. Really an honor. I appreciate your voice.
So what's the bottom line? For decades, people around the world really couldn't tell the difference between America's big two parties, the Republican and the Democratic parties. But then Donald Trump came around and he argued for an America less engaged with everybody else, with higher walls around it. And that was just wildly different than Kamala Harris's focus on identity politics, with America still doing what it always had done in its sprawling national security interests globally. Trump was the revolution, and Kamala Harris was the status quo. For Democrats to come back, as my guest has said, it will require a new boldness and a willingness to tear part of the Democratic House down and just rebuild it. It failed big time. I'm not sure whether it can be done, but Representative Khanna is among the few leading Democrats who's willing to genuinely provoke the stay-the-sameism of much of the Democratic Party blob. And that's the bottom line.
The leaders of the G7 countries will gather soon at a summit in Canada with many new faces, a global trade war and tariffs as a backdrop. Will the host nation be able to unite the partners in tackling their common challenges? Join us as we assess the outcome of the G7 Leaders Summit on Al Jazeera.
On counting the cost, the US and China have reached a framework deal to ease export controls. But who drove the hardest bargain? What's behind the rise of the Russian ruble, and at what cost to the economy? Plus, are the UK and other nations choosing warfare over welfare? Counting the cost on Al Jazeera.
The film industry in India's Kerala is booming, but behind the scenes, a dark truth unfolds.
Slowly, he started touching my hand and all. Then the whole thing was happened after.
101 East investigates revelations of rampant sexual harassment and meets the women speaking out, breaking the silence on Al Jazeera.
At Medellin's Philharmonic, talent knows no limits. The orchestra has welcomed aspiring musicians with Down syndrome and other intellectual disabilities. Like Kelly Montoya, who says the program gave her confidence and helped her overcome discrimination.
It's really hard for society to accept someone like me, but I really like how the Philharmonic includes us, letting us feel useful, respected, and not judged.
Therapists say that singing and playing activates both sides of the brain, helping their focus, coordination, and social skills, no matter the diagnosis.
Affected by mild schizophrenia and cognitive impairment, Jenny Baena says the program has been life-changing.
Often we forget to look inward to see what we need to express, but these spaces help us reflect.
A quiet revolution, one note at a time, proving that opportunities and talent speak louder than disabilities.
Lots of mess, and we try to evacuate a population out from here, citizens that actually we will try to evacuate them out.
Hello, I'm Rob Matheson. This is the News Hour live from Doha, coming up in the next 60 minutes. Iran responds to Israeli strikes with a series of drone and missile attacks. At least 3 people are killed.
We're talking about a night filled with debris impact sites here in
Israeli
Israel,
missiles continue to target sites across Iran. 78 people have been killed since Friday, including top military commanders.
They're right now on call and on
More
site,
is on the
making
way.
sure that we can secure these
The regime
locations
doesn't know
for all
what
the
hit
civilians
them.
in the area.
They don't know what will hit them.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu urges the Iranian people to stand up to their government. Meanwhile, Iran's Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei accuses Israel of initiating a war and warns of grave consequences. And Israeli attacks continue to target Gaza. People are being rushed to hospital after a strike in a camp where people were sheltering. Explosions have been heard in Tel Aviv and Jerusalem as Iran's been stepping up its response to Israel's unprecedented attack on Iranian nuclear facilities and military leaders. 3 people have been killed and more than 100 people have been injured in Israel since the Iranian retaliatory strikes began on Friday. Iran has announced it's launched hundreds of ballistic missiles. Sirens have been sounding across Israel. Several Iranian missiles have penetrated Israel's Iron Dome defense system and have struck central Tel Aviv and Rishon LeZion. Israel has continued to fire its own rockets at Iranian targets. At least 78 Iranians have been killed. Fredia Carr reports.
The skies over Tel Aviv ablaze. Explosions heard and plumes of smoke visible after Iran fired hundreds of ballistic missiles towards Israel. Retaliation for Israel's attack on Iran. Iranian television shows celebrations, while Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, warns of grave consequences.
Life will become bitter for them, without doubt. They cannot think that they've hit us and it's over. No, they started this. Now they've launched a war. We will not let them get away with this large-scale crime. The forces of the Islamic Republic will deliver huge blows to the Zionist regime. My dear people should know that we have no shortcomings in delivering an answer to this.
The unprecedented escalation started early Friday morning, when Israel began hitting targets, including infrastructure, individuals, military and nuclear sites, including Iran's main uranium enrichment facility, Natanz. Among those killed, top nuclear scientists and military leaders. 3 of 4 commanders in this video now dead.
We've taken out top military commanders.
We've got passion, we've got determination. And if we set our sights on something, you better believe it's
most significant enrichment facility.
We always felt like our content was all about entertainment, very fun, but there was also this sort of professional business side. One of the things that we knew was basically essential was getting our own website, so people would actually see a proper official group who mean business and who can deliver. And we always had this vision of bringing things into existence that previously had never been seen.
This is the world's largest act.
We bounced a plane, boat and a car, and like it was wild.
We're going to speak to Tawhid Asadi in Tehran.
So today, how ridiculous to have 50 million followers? We're in the billions.
First, we're going to go to Noor Odeh in the Jordanian capital, Iran. She's there because the Israeli government banned Al Jazeera from reporting inside Israel and the occupied
we can do this as a job. Anything's
just
possible.
First of all, let's talk about the mood that is inside Israel.
Do you know what's really fun?
How is the Israeli media
make your website on with
framing what has been going on?
Well, Rob, the Israeli government had forewarned the public that this will be a ferocious confrontation with Iran and that it could take days, even more than days, to conclude. The public, of course, is quite rattled. The psychological impact of seeing buildings and high-rises in Tel Aviv damaged and destroyed, of seeing the first responders looking for people in those damaged buildings is quite significant, especially when you take into account the fact that the sirens didn't go off in all the instances where there were missiles launched at Israel or where there were drones also launched to the north, in the Jordan Valley area, in the occupied West Bank, and also in the Eilat. So there are some questions raised. There are not too much information about all the targets that were hit because the military censor, of course, in Israel keeps that under tight control. But just the images coming out of Tel Aviv are enough to cause quite a lot of stir. Of course, again, the infrastructure is there. The residents of these major cities have the shelters in place, and there are emergency services to take care of them. But this is not like anything that they've experienced in the past 20 months of confrontations.
No, we heard from Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu talking about the attacks earlier. He's also released a video statement in which he tells the Iranians the attacks on their country would help them achieve, quote, freedom. Let's take a listen.
The Islamic regime, which has oppressed you for nearly 50 years, threatens to destroy my country, the State of Israel. The objective of Israel's military operation is to remove this threat, both the nuclear threat and the ballistic missile threat to Israel. And as we achieve our objectives, we're also clearing the path for you to achieve your objective, which is freedom.
So all of a sudden, Benjamin Netanyahu saying it's not only about removing what they perceive to be a nuclear threat from Iran, but also an attempt to create the circumstances for regime change in Iran.
Yeah, it does appear like that, and it reminds us, of course, of the videos in English as well that Netanyahu had put out addressing the Lebanese people, telling them that Israel doesn't have a problem with them, that its problem was only with Hezbollah, and that they should take the opportunity of Israel weakening the group to reclaim their country. This is a message that Netanyahu has relied on, even used it to in some cases address Palestinians with regard to Hamas, but it certainly does sound more and more like these attacks on Iran carry a lot more in terms of objectives than just military installations and scientists and top military brass. It does seem like Israel wants to push the envelope towards regime change.
No, thank you very much indeed. That's Noor Odeh there talking to us from Amman. We're going to bring in Tawhid Asadi, who's in Tehran. Very strong statements coming from Benjamin Netanyahu as far as the intentions of Israel's attacks are concerned. They seem to be widening now to the suggestion of regime change. First of all, let's talk about the reaction in the early hours of the morning that we have been hearing from Iran to what has been going on in the midst, of course, this back and forth in terms of missile attacks.
Well, obviously, after Iran started its retaliatory strikes on Israelis, we have been receiving a lot of reactions, while at the same time, we have to keep in mind that the Israeli strike is still continuing. From what I can say, from the early hours of today, we have heard reports on strikes in Kermanshah, on a military base in west of Tehran, as well as areas near the Mehrabad airport. Also, from yesterday evening until the very early hours of today in the morning, I was able to hear the sounds of explosion in Tehran, Iranian capital, related to interception and the activities of air defense system, which is active. And specifically last night, we saw rounds of activation of this system, creating massive sounds of explosion in the capital as people are closely following these events. And at the same time, speaking of the reactions from Iran, we heard a lot, specifically one statement that came out from this Iranian supreme leader, and timing of that is important. We were expecting that video message to come out for around an hour, but it came out, and immediately after the release of this video message, the state TV last night started to show the missiles coming down to the Israeli territories. That shows the timing, and that shows the coordination that is still there in Iran, regardless of the big blow and regardless of the assassination of a number of top military officials in Tehran. And also, we know that the spokesperson for the army today came out with a very strong statement saying that the next round of our missile launch is going to be 20 times more than the previous launch. That shows the extent to which Iranians are strong and decisive when it comes to their retaliatory action. Also, we know that from the statements that we have heard so far, we know that at least 4 rounds of strike have been started by Iranians, and right now, with the continuation of Israeli strikes, Iranians here in Tehran are saying that there's going to be a continuation of this trajectory of strikes as long as they can. And also, drones were launched, according to the military officials, to target the military facilities and the Israeli territories. This is what we have so far. But speaking of the message that was out from the Israeli Benjamin Netanyahu addressing Iranian people, also this is another interesting story in this regard. We have to keep in mind that Iranian people are living under the shadow of war, which is now getting translated into action, into real war, it seems. And also, they are living under the pressure of sanctions. There are some political dissatisfactions among a group of people, that goes without saying. But from what I can say, as I spoke to people, this was the most unwelcome message that could be sent to Iranians, seeing the fact that people are angry, specifically seeing that in the recent strikes, it's not just the military officials, it's not just the nuclear scientists of the country, but very ordinary citizens who are being affected. We saw the footages coming from the scenes, and I was at the scene of one of these strikes yesterday, and I saw there are civilian casualties there. One building related to university professors, in which Dr. Tehranji, a top nuclear scientist, was assassinated, was there, in which women, children, and ordinary citizens were killed. So people are not happy with the ongoing situation with the Israeli strike on the country, and that is creating a sense of fear, a sense of anger among ordinary citizens.
Tawhid, thank you very much indeed, Tawhid Asadi, bringing us up to date from Tehran. US President Donald Trump held separate phone calls with the Emir of Qatar and the Saudi Crown Prince to discuss ongoing attacks between Israel and Iran. According to a statement released by Qatar, Trump has affirmed Washington's readiness to participate in efforts to resolve the crisis. Heidi Castro is joining us now from Washington, D.C. So what have we been hearing from the White House?
Rob, Donald Trump has really flipped positions here. Initially, even before the initial strikes were hit by Israel, Trump had said that he did not want Israel to go in. He said that would blow up the talks between the U.S. and Iran to create a new nuclear deal. But then, after the strikes happened, he told everyone that he thought these strikes were, quote, excellent. And then he put the blame on Iran, saying that because it did not accept the U.S.'s position of having it completely eliminate plutonium enrichment, that it is Iran's fault, essentially, that Israel launched this. And then he warned that still more brutal attacks would be to come. And the U.S. has indeed moved more military assets into the region. It's said that its priority is to protect U.S. Soldiers and airmen there. But however, a senior U.S. official has also said that the U.S. is indeed assisting Israel in trying to defend against the incoming Iranian missiles.
Donald Trump is facing a bit of a difficult situation, isn't he? He's kind of walking a tightrope between, certainly amongst his followers with regard to the Middle East, because there does appear to be a split between those who are determined that the Trump administration should be taking an active role in supporting Israel, particularly, and those who believe that the U.S. should not be involved in any way.
That's right, and essentially that latter party, those who do not want involvement, are some of the strongest MAGA voices we've had. Steve Bannon, Tucker Carlson, who were major supporters and remain supporters of Trump, essentially telling their followers that it's time for Israel to go at it alone and be in charge of its own defense and not have the U.S. dragged into a bigger escalation. And these are the two vying sides that are essentially dividing the Republican Party. And Trump seems to be wavering between the two, saying upon his inauguration he wanted to be a peacemaking president, trying to push Iran on a new deal to contain its nuclear development, but then also in the recent past saying that the U.S. itself would bomb Iran if it doesn't sign a deal, and now continuing with that bombastic language. So it's really difficult to parse exactly what side of that divide the president is on. It's essentially whatever seems more impressive to him at the moment appears to be the side that he's taking.
Lots of mess, and we try to evacuate a population out from here, citizens that actually here.
Israeli attacks on Iran have dealt a major blow to the country's military chain of command in what has so far been the deadliest and most far-reaching attack on Iran by Israel. Bedad Mahichi looks at who in Iran's top military leadership has been killed.
Israel is not just targeting Iranian infrastructure, but key leaders in the country's armed forces and at the heart of its nuclear program. Among those assassinated were members of Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard, which reports directly to the country's supreme leader, Ali Khamenei. The organization has 8 branches, which were led by Hossein Salami, the country's highest-ranking military officer. The aerospace head, Amir Ali Hajizadeh, was also killed. Other top generals assassinated include the Chief of Staff of the Armed Forces, Mohammad Bagheri, and Deputy Commander Gholam Ali Rashid. Israel has also targeted nuclear scientists. They include Iran's former nuclear chief and several university professors. But many more civilians, including children, were killed in the unprecedented attack. Bedad Mahichi, Al Jazeera.
Israel's attack on Iran targeted the command and control of its military and struck at the heart of its nuclear program. As well as Tehran, the attacks hit as far west as Tabriz in central Iran and Shiraz in the south. Iran says it's downed an Israeli drone near the Fordow nuclear facility. Earlier, Israel hit and damaged Iran's largest uranium enrichment site, Natanz. Israel says it's also attacked a facility near Isfahan. I'm joined in the studio now by defense editor Alex Kotopoulos and Mohanad Salim. He's an assistant professor in critical security studies at the Doha Institute for Graduate Studies. Gentlemen, thank you very much indeed for being with us. Alex, come to you first. In terms of the strategy that we're seeing between both Israel and Iran, how do you think that's going to play out over the coming days?
The airstrikes will have to continue. At the end of the day, Israel doesn't really have the ordnance to be able to destroy some of the deeper installations. And these are dozens, if not hundreds of meters underground. Reinforced concrete under mountains, but they're designed to stop heavier ordnance than anything that Israel possesses. But what Israel can do is bomb entrance sites, keep up the tempo of operations to make sure that nothing is being enriched, nothing is being used, that the facility itself might survive, but not much work is actually going to be going on in there as well. So this seems to be to just this constant tempo of operations that is designed just to keep the Iranians off balance, and of course hunting down of any of the mobile missile sites, missile storage facilities, trying to destroy and degrade any of Iran's ability to be able to fight back and also attack Israel, which obviously we've seen. Now from the Iranian side there, they have to watch out for their command and control, because any time any leaders pop up in a kind of meaningful way, they've been targeted for assassination. So they're trying to run a campaign, orchestrate this campaign, and maintain its success. Now that has been partially successful. We've seen cruise missiles get through, we've seen ballistic missiles get through, and especially hypersonics. Now hypersonics, though, they have a few, they're effective, they're probably the only thing that can effectively penetrate Israel's air defenses, but they don't have many. So it's going to see just how quickly they can keep on firing back at Israel and forcing Israel on the defensive, at least for its air defenses. Because don't forget also the pilots haven't slept. You know, the aircraft need maintenance, aircraft need rearming. There comes a point where that will start to degrade. Israel's offensive capabilities will start to slowly degrade with time as that wear and tear starts to add up, as with any offensive.
Mohanad, we've just had a line that's been quoted by Reuters news agency. In turn is quoting the Iran's Fars news agency, who is in turn, and I am deliberately putting this context into place, unnamed senior military officials from Iran saying that the conflict will spread in coming days to US bases in the region. Now, we don't have any other source for that, and as I say, nobody is being identified directly in this. But of course, that is going to be a significant concern, isn't it, in the Gulf region, because several of the Gulf countries are allies of the US, as well as having good relations or positive relations with Iran, but they play host to American bases, Qatar, of course, being one of them.
Well, it looks to me that this is, at this point, it's mere rhetoric. What we are looking at is a dynamic and developing situation between Israel and Iran. But still, both sides, even though the Israeli side has targeted Iran's nuclear sites, military sites, and also assassinated quite a few of their leadership, still, it looks to me that there is a small window, even though it's very small, for bringing Iran back to negotiations. And why this is relevant to this rhetoric? Because Iran, before they targeted Israel yesterday, they sent messages to European states and to the United Kingdom saying that we are going to target Israel in response to their attack, but we don't want you to get involved, because it would be, the message basically would be measured. And what we have seen last night is an attack from Iran, but it's below the threshold of an open war. So the Iranians also have been, they wanted to, because they have a lot of internal pressure, so they had to respond, but they did it in a way that would not bring in the United States and European states. Why this is relevant to the statement? Because it doesn't make sense for Iran now to start, with no good reason, attacking these locations, and I'm talking about the U.S. Installations and even embassies of other European states who are allies of Israel. So it doesn't make sense at this point. It looks to me like it is rhetoric, but it's still, there is a window of bringing back Iran to negotiations. By the way, messages coming from the U.S. and from the president, from President Trump himself, they're asking Iran to come back, even to come back to the negotiating table. Even though Iran has been targeted, has been bruised severely, but there is this window. The damage is big, if you like, to the nuclear sites, but still, they have not been destroyed. Reports coming out from different sources are saying that the nuclear system are still by far intact, so Iran can bring it back in the future. So I think there is some space for stopping this war.
This is something I want to expand on with you, Alex. The stated intention of these Israeli attacks initially was that they were going to destroy Iran's nuclear program capabilities. And what Mohammed has just been saying, that sounds as though that's extremely unlikely. One therefore wonder what the tipping point, if you like, for Israel is going to be, the point at which they are able to say, no, we have done enough to be able to degrade Iran's nuclear capabilities without reaching the ultimate end goal of actually destroying it completely.
Here's the thing, degrade it by how much? Stop it for how long? Slow it down by how much? At the end of the day, if you can't destroy it and it's been distributed and the knowledge is there, the infrastructure is there, you can get to some of it, but that can be rebuilt. What options does Iran have now in order to be able to protect itself? So we have to, I think that Israel needs to very, very clearly think this through. Now, clearly it has, in a way. Obviously, they've been wargaming this for years. What are going to be the consequences? How are we going to go about this? Can we do it without US help? And sure, you can degrade it for a while, but even Ehud Barak, in an interview earlier to CNN, said, we can only halt it for a few weeks. Even if the United States bombs it, it'll only halt for a few months. So exactly, what is the end game? If they know this from the very beginning, why start it?
Mohammed, in the meantime, of course, the conflict continues on both sides. We've already seen civilian casualties as a result of this, most recently in Tel Aviv, but of course there are more happening in Iran as well. What is the risk, do you think, that as this campaign progresses on both sides, that more civilians are going to end up being killed and injured as a result of this?
Yeah, unfortunately, I think the chances of having more civilians caught up and killed in this conflict would be increasing in the coming days, because while these missiles are accurate, they're not exactly very accurate, and also both sides are angry and they are operating under immense pressure. So, for example, in Iran, they want to hit Israel as quick as possible because Israeli warplanes are in the air and they would target these launch pads. So the situation is very, very volatile. But I want to add something maybe to the other side of the conflict. So basically there is the military side, but also there is the political side. Messages are coming very clear from Israel. They want regime change. Even they are tweeting in Farsi, they are sending messages in Farsi that we want the Iranian people. He's encouraging the Prime Minister Netanyahu himself earlier this morning. He was encouraging the Iranian people to rise against the Iranian regime and topple it. So what we are seeing here is a military campaign to target the nuclear sites, but at the same time also they want to topple the regime. Earlier this morning as well, they targeted a communication center north of Tehran. This means that Israel is still pressuring the Iranian regime. They're still pressuring to disrupt its command and control. And this is part of a bigger campaign. How would Tehran read this? I think is crucial. It would define the lines, if you like, the borders of this conflict in the coming days. Because if they feel that this is an existential war, then all options would be on the table.
Mohammed Salim, Alex Vitalis, thank you very much.
Lots of mess, and we try to evacuate.
Still ahead on Al Jazeera.
Out from here, citizens actually here. We try to evacuate them out.
An act of resistance in Mali. Thousands of children displaced by armed groups go back to makeshift schools. And in sports, the big names continue to struggle. Golf's U.S. Open action, the season's third major championship, is on its way.
As you can see behind me, in various other locations, we're talking about a night filled with debris impact sites here in Israel, specifically residential areas like the one you can see right behind our police bomb squads are some of the best in the world. They're right now on call and on site.
Hello, we have a proper thundery breakdown in the weather across western parts of Europe at the moment. You can see lots of cloud tumbling in from the Atlantic, bumping up with some very warm air. This is quite unusual, actually. It's come a little early. We do sort of see this thundery breakdown around about July or August, but we're seeing some really big showers brewing up across the northwest of Europe, across parts of France, into the Low Countries, and more so across England, Wales, pushing across into Scotland, Northern Ireland, and also into the Republic of Ireland. For central areas, it stays fine and it stays dry. 28 Celsius there in Vienna, so still plenty of warmth around. Somewhat cooler over towards the east. Northerly winds Moscow at around 16 Celsius in the cloud and the rain. It warms up a little for Moscow as we go on through Sunday. Plenty of showers across that eastern side of Europe. We are looking at more in the way of sunshine, just pushing across towards Poland, Austria, down towards the Balkans, and then those thundery downpours rumbling away at this stage across a good part of Germany. Southern areas largely fine and dry, plenty of sunshine which extends across the north of Africa. The seasonal rains polishing their way further northwards. Burkina Faso seeing some lively showers, wetter weather too, all the way into the south of Mali.
The land of the free.
If you are black, you are a criminal. You are someone who is supposed to shut up and accept what America gives you.
The next episode of Democracy Maybe explores racial conflict, ethnic politics, and inequality in the United States.
They get upset if you say all lives matter because they want to focus on black.
We Had a Dream on Al Jazeera.
The world is shifting. Power, influence, and narrative.
The U.S. is increasingly isolated on the international stage. U.S. power is eroding.
Divisions deepen. Perspectives clash. This is openly genocidal language. Global conflicts rise and diplomacy is tested. What is Putin trying to prove?
The threat is from Russia to Ukraine, not Ukraine to Russia.
Upfront tackles the big issues, only on Al Jazeera.
Reminder of our top stories this hour. Iran's begun a second day of strikes in retaliation for Israel's unprecedented attack on Iranian nuclear facilities and military leaders. 3 people have been killed in Israel since the Iranian retaliatory attack began on Friday. Israel's continued to fire its own rockets at Iranian targets. At least 78 Iranians have been killed. Israeli Defense Minister Israel Katz says Tehran has crossed a red line by targeting civilian areas. Well, these exchange of attacks are happening at a time when Tehran was engaged in indirect talks with the U.S. over its nuclear program. The future of the next round, scheduled on Sunday, is now unclear, with Iran saying talks with Washington are now meaningless. The engagement with Iran dates back to 2015. Western nations signed a landmark nuclear deal with the country. It enacted limitations to Tehran's nuclear program in exchange for sanctions relief. But in 2018, U.S. President Donald Trump withdrew unilaterally and reimposed sanctions. That was despite opposition from other signatories to the pact. As Trump took office for the second term, he began pushing for a new nuclear deal. Iran and the U.S. have so far engaged in 5 rounds of indirect talks. Earlier this week, the UN's watchdog formally stated that Iran is failing to meet its nuclear obligations. The agency says the country had enriched a record amount of uranium to near weapons grade.
So we are in the heart of the civilian area and
spent a lot of time covering Iran. Dorsa, good to have you with us. What do you think Iran's attitude towards negotiations with the US on its nuclear program are?
Well, I think it's going to be very difficult for the Iranian officials to justify showing up at this meeting on Sunday. As we heard from the Iranian Foreign Ministry spokesperson saying that the talks are meaningless, but still no official announcement or decision, final decision has been made. And I think what happens today will be very telling about how they will decide which way to go. But as we have seen in the past, this will be the 6th round of negotiations that are set to take place in Oman. When they started in April, Iran said, okay, we are willing to reduce our enrichment levels, which is currently 60%, down to a percentage that is acceptable to the international community, and that was 3.67% under that 2015 nuclear deal. And the Americans, halfway through these negotiations, about the 4th round of talks when they were taking place, said, well, Iran cannot enrich at any level. The Iranians said, wait a minute, this is not an acceptable offer for us. This is never, this is a red line for us because we have to keep enriching for our program to continue. And the Americans, especially Steve Witkoff, the U.S. Special Envoy, said enrichment is off the table, as we also heard from Donald Trump. This set off alarms for the Iranians. They felt that the Americans were really being dubious and they were going back on the basis of what these talks were supposed to be built on. So really, the Supreme Leader again reiterated in May that America is not to be trusted. These negotiations are happening because, yes, Iran doesn't want to be perceived as cutting off all lines of communication, but really, in reality, we have seen over and over again the Americans going back on their word and playing with the Iranians, so they can't be trusted.
It's interesting, isn't it, that you were pointing out that although it appears as though Iran is less interested in going to these negotiations, nevertheless, they haven't made a final decision, and that decision will be taken later on. In terms of the other countries in the Gulf region particularly, one would imagine they, of course, have been the ones who are most directly affected by much of this, and as we were talking about earlier, they have joint loyalties, don't they? Many of them hold bases for the US. They also have relations with Iran. Do we have a sense of what the Gulf countries are doing in order to try to find some sort of solution to the situation we're in?
Well, I think it's very clear for their own interest as well as their interest of the region, they are trying to put the brakes on what Israel is doing as quickly as possible. We heard that the Emir of Qatar and the Saudi Crown Prince have been speaking to U.S. President Donald Trump on Friday evening to try and urge the U.S. President, most likely, to put whatever pressure and influence he has on Benjamin Netanyahu to stop the bombardment of Iran, because they understand that really, if Iran makes that decision to go full in, the U.S. bases in the region are not safe. As we have heard over and over again, the threat has been made by Iranian officials that because they believe that Israel has been able to do this in Iran with the full support of the U.S. President Donald Trump. He is the first U.S. president that has provided the green light to Benjamin Netanyahu, who for 3 decades has been trying to do this. He has been saying that he wants to eliminate the Iranian threat because he believes that Iran's nuclear program is not for civilian purposes and it's a threat to Israel. Iran is saying, look, Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu specifically, would not have been able to do this without U.S. support. Therefore, U.S. bases in the region are fair game. And that is what the Gulf regions are, the Gulf countries are alarmed, because the bases are in the Gulf and they would be directly affected. So it is really in everybody's interest to do everything they can to provide a political off-ramp from the current situation we're in.
Dosa, thank you so much for breaking that down for us. Dosa Jabari, thank you. The UN Security Council has held an emergency session to discuss the ongoing conflict. Gabriel Elizondo has got more from the United Nations headquarters in New York.
The barbaric and criminal attack.
Criminal and barbaric. That is how Iran's ambassador to the UN described Israel's attack on his country during an emergency session of the Security Council. And he said Israel's motivation was clear.
Israeli officials say that this aggression aims to whet nuclear talks. This confession alone is enough to reveal the real motive behind the attack: to kill diplomacy, to sabotage negotiation, and to drag the region into wider conflict. This leaves no room for denial.
These actions risk eroding the trust and sanctity of the negotiations process, so crucial for the peaceful settlement of these issues.
Israel framed its attack as eliminating a threat.
We acted to prevent a threat that would endanger not only Israel, but the entire world. We will not sit quietly while our people are targeted. Not again, not ever.
But Russia and China said Israel's attack on Iran was completely unprovoked.
No matter what Israel says to the contrary, it is a gross violation of the UN Charter and international law.
We urge Israel to immediately cease all military adventurism and avoid further escalating tensions.
After a 2.5-hour council meeting followed by another hour of closed consultations, left unsaid was the real sense that events on the ground have overwhelmed anything the council can possibly do to stop whatever happens next. Gabriel
As you can see behind me and in various other locations, we're talking
Kamal
about
Moussadi is Professor of Political Science at Tehran University, is joining us live from the Iranian capital. So thank you very much indeed for being with us. What we were hearing in Gabriel Alazon's report about what was happening at the UN Security Council meeting there, does that give any comfort, do you think, to Iran? Does it feel that it has support in this conflict, or does it feel that it's on its own?
Well, I think Iran does feel that it is being supported by China and Russia. Nevertheless, I think this support is largely symbolic. Iran has not really acquired any advanced weaponry from Russia or China in the past few years, and that has been detrimental in its power with regards to Israel. Regarding the UN Security Council, I think everybody knows that it cannot really stop Israel, considering the US can veto any resolution. I mean, the Security Council hasn't been successful regarding Gaza, so how can it be successful regarding this conflict? Ultimately, I think the military conflict between Iran and Israel will need a diplomatic off-ramp, and I think because of that, the Iranians know that they have to keep diplomatic channels open with the Americans. I think the Americans are perhaps the only one that can stop this conflict.
We heard earlier on Benjamin Netanyahu saying that one of the goals of this latest attack is to initiate regime change in Iran. It's a line that we are beginning to see more and more when it comes to Israel's rationale for these attacks. What do you think is the mood within Iran itself? Do you think any of that is likely to strike a chord with people in Iran?
I mean, that has been an Israeli goal for the past few decades, at least Netanyahu's goal for the past 3 decades. Nevertheless, it doesn't mean that it can be achieved easily. I think the Israelis were really expecting some sort of protest or, riots in the Iranian capital by the Iranian people. That hasn't happened so far. We don't
Philly is not just his home.
But the move right now, I think, is pretty defiant.
It's the source of his power.
I don't really see that many Iranians sympathizing with these
his second We are lovers of yards. That's why we only use professional-grade Echo Power. Built to take on that janky limb, those knee-deep leaves, and that overgrown Prunus loricerasis. We are yarders.
Where I live, so it's very difficult to sympathize with the Israelis at this point. So I think that's perhaps not a goal they can achieve easily.
I want to ask you just about the point that our correspondent, Dr. Jabari, was making earlier on with regard to Iran's position on the ongoing negotiations about its nuclear program. The fact that it has not said officially yet that it is pulling out of the talks on Sunday, it seems as though it is withholding judgment on that until a later point. Is there some room for optimism? Do you think that Iran may still be open to carrying on those negotiations?
I don't think it will be possible at this stage. So I don't think Iran will attend the meeting tomorrow. Many Iranians think that while you're being bombed, it's essentially meaningless to continue negotiations. We have to remember that the Israeli attack was quite surprising. Most analysts expected if there was going to be an Israeli strike, it would happen in the fall, after the snapback mechanism would be initiated by the Europeans, which we know expires in October. Right now, negotiations were ongoing, and as you mentioned, we were scheduled for a 6th round of talks tomorrow. So the Israelis essentially killed the diplomatic solution, and what was surprising is the Americans were fully coordinated with the Israelis in that regard. So I think at this stage, it's unlikely that the negotiations will continue.
Haba Musabi, we appreciate you being with us on Al Jazeera. Thank you very much indeed.
So we are in
While all eyes have been on the Israeli-Iranian conflict, the Israeli army has continued its attacks across the Gaza Strip, killing 4 Palestinians on Saturday morning in Gaza City. And in the Nuseirat refugee camp, at least 15 casualties were reported in an attack near the US-Israeli-run distribution center. Israeli forces shelled the area as people lined up for food. These were the scenes at the local Al-Awda hospital after the overnight attack. Tariq Al-Bozum is joining me now live from Deir al-Balah in central Gaza. So in Gaza, the attacks continue, Tariq.
Yeah, Rob, there has been a relative intensification of airstrikes since dawn till now across the eastern parts of Gaza City. These attacks usually have been conducted by the mobilization of artillery units that have been deployed near and across the entire eastern enclave of the territory, and the main concentration fundamentally has been on targeting 8 seekers this morning in its corridor. According to medical reports coming out from Gaza's health ministry, 15 Palestinians have been killed, while 125 others were reported injured while trying to access basic humanitarian necessities near one of the designated aid distribution points near Mediterranean corridor. Now, this repeated targeting of 8 seekers from the perspective of Palestinians has been seen and viewed as a deliberate offensive on the basic lifeline that has been right now left for the already besieged population. They believe that food queues have turned into death traps, where eyewitness testimonies, verified footage and reports coming out from humanitarian organizations on the ground point to a very undeniable fact, which is that the Israeli military has opened fire on civilians congregating at or moving toward the designated aid centers, as the attacks have caused significant and devastating civilian casualties, where there has been no credible military justification has been provided for these strikes, usually vague references to security threats and clashes that are unverifiable and contradicted by the video footage, video evidence, alongside also with the eyewitness accounts.
That's Tariq Al-Bozum talking to us there from Deir al-Balah in central Gaza. Coastal areas in southern China are bracing for flooding and typhoon warnings as tropical storm Wu-Tip churns closer. It pounded Hainan Island on Friday with heavy winds and rain. More than 16,000 people have been moved from low-lying areas. More than 40,000 people working on boats have been moved ashore. Wu-Tip is the first typhoon to make landfall in the country this year. U.S. Marines have moved into Los Angeles to take over protecting the Wilshire Federal Building. It's a federal detention center that's been the site of anti-government protests. The Marines' arrival comes amid a legal challenge against President Donald Trump's deployment of the National Guard. On Thursday, a U.S. appeals court allowed Trump to maintain his deployment of the troops in Los Angeles, temporarily pausing a lower court ruling that blocked the mobilization. Protests against immigration raids look set to enter their second week in the strongest backlash since President Trump's return to power in January. Education ministers from Mali, Niger and Burkina Faso are gathering to discuss ways to save their school systems. More than 2 million children and 55,000 teachers have been displaced because of armed groups linked to Al-Qaeda and ISIL launching deliberate attacks on schools and universities. Nicholas Hack reports.
For Amadou Tamboura, teaching the alphabet is an act of resistance. Al-Qaeda fighters burnt his school to ashes. New students arrive each day carrying with them tales of unspeakable horror. Some fled ISIL fighters, others the brutality of the Russian mercenaries or the Malian forces meant to protect them. All butchers, they whisper. The school stands amidst a meat market turned makeshift camp for those fleeing the slaughter. The air hangs heavy of blood and smoke. Most are children and young adults that work to survive. Getting an education is not an option. Still, with the money they can spare, the children built a school they cannot attend, a shining act of defiance in the face of a broken system.
Here in Bamako, almost no one can afford to send their children to school. There are many reasons for this, but the main ones are extreme poverty and the fact that our children are not fully accepted by society.
Schools burnt, teachers gone, and children scattered. In Bamako, ministers from Mali, Niger, and Burkina Faso meet to confront an education crisis driven by violence. The three countries, all ruled by military juntas, have turned their backs on the West, embracing Russian military support. But instead of reopening schools, the focus at the conference has been on rewriting the curriculum to their liking.
Many of us are educated in Europe, and yet how many are truly able to move beyond those European models and stop depending on Europe to define what's relevant for Africa? If we're serious about building something rooted in our context, it must start with language, a language a child not only understands, but chooses to speak because it reflects their own reality.
While leaders debate the future of learning, armed groups seek to reshape the future by force. In a new propaganda video, Al-Qaeda claims it holds much of Mali and says it now stands at Bamako's door. It calls for a unity government, even as smoke still rises from villages it helped burn. The junta leader, unshaken, plans to stay 5 more years until the country is stable again, he says. Over a decade of war and shuttered schools has left the country's future hanging by a thread, now held by teachers who've traded silence for resistance, wielding chalk instead of guns, in a battle against those who fear knowledge. Nicholas Hawk, Al Jazeera.
Still ahead on Al Jazeera, Sport, Africa's most successful football team gets ready to kick off the Club World Cup in the United States. Sandra's going to be here with that story.
These are the glaciers of the White Mountain Range of Peru, some of the world's highest peaks. But growing up here, Saul Yuya has been watching them melt into Lake Palcacocha, now 34 times its original level.
When the river floods or there are avalanches, the lagoon overflows, and that could affect me and more than 50,000 people. Those of us who have contributed less to climate change are suffering more.
Experts say Peru's glaciers are doomed to disappear. 10 years ago, Saul filed a lawsuit against the German energy giant RWE, saying its emissions in Germany affect the glaciers here. The company has never operated in Peru and denies responsibility. The judge's decision in Germany may win a tiny compensation for Huaraz. However, it may set a precedent to hold other huge emitters accountable for global warming.
It's time for sport. Here's Sam.
Thank you very much, Rob. Well, the head of World Football, Gianni Infantino, has admitted even he doesn't know what will happen when FIFA's latest tournament kicks off. The revamped Club World Cup is being hosted by the United States and starts in Miami later this Saturday. Andy Richardson reports.
Just when top-level footballers might have thought it was safe to fly off for a break, another major tournament has been put in their diary. The 32-team Club World Cup is one of FIFA President Gianni Infantino's defining policies, as football's ruling body exerts more control over club as well as international tournaments. In the next month, 63 games will take place across the United States.
In the World Cup this year, in the Club World Cup, there will be 32 teams, but with players from 90 different countries. So all these players will be followed by their countries because they want to see their heroes, their superstars performing on a global stage.
Organisers face the task of having to reassure visiting fans about how warm their welcome will be. Los Angeles is one of 11 host cities for the tournament, and has become a focal point for protests against US President Donald Trump's immigration crackdown, while a travel ban means citizens from 12 countries are barred from entering the country.
My responsibility is to make sure that we're ready, that that we're safe, that we're coordinating logistically with all of our law enforcement agencies, that we've done everything we can to ensure that our mass transit system, is ready and can handle the volume. And so for me, what's happening outside of that is something that we're monitoring.
The Club World Cup is kicking off a year before FIFA's flagship tournament, the World Cup for national teams, is co-hosted by the United States, Canada and Mexico. That tournament was first held in the US in 1994. 30 years on, soccer is still fighting for attention against more established North American sports.
We started our pro league a little bit later. We started our academy systems a little bit later, but we're growing up. When the World Cup was here in '94, MLS, our domestic league, was launched out, right? So that was pretty impressive. Now we get the Club World Cup and then the World Cup back-to-back summers.
Lionel Messi's Inter Miami play in the opening game. FIFA will be hoping a sprinkling of his stardust will start to clear the clouds of uncertainty surrounding this event. Andy Richardson, Al Jazeera.
Well, the previous version of this event featured a maximum of 7 sides. The revamped Club World Cup includes 32 teams from all 6 global football confederations. FIFA is offering a $1 billion prize fund, with the winners earning more than $100 million. The final will take place in New Jersey on July the 13th. The tournament is also a test event ahead of next year's World Cup for national teams. That will feature 48 countries and will be co-hosted by the US, Canada and Mexico.
We're talking about a night
ticket prices have dropped dramatically for Saturday's opening match in Miami. Organizers are struggling to fill the stadium for the game between Messi's Major League Soccer side and Egypt's Al Ahly. Messi is predicting that fan interest will rise once the event gets going.
It's an amazing tournament, and I'm able to play this one, but with different objectives to the ones I've played at when I was at my previous league. It will be exciting for a lot of people from everywhere, because there are some big teams from all around the world that have some very important players, and that's what people like to see. It's the first time. It's a new and different tournament, and I think it's an amazing opportunity to see some of the best players here in the United States, and everyone will be able to enjoy it.
He's the kind of player who can turn the game around at any moment, a player who sets up the match the whole time. He has an incredible ability to read the match. I think that's where he shows he is the best. He also has a coaching ability, but his strongest point has always been reading the game and knowing what's going on. This hasn't changed. He's taken on more of a role of helping his teammates. He is not a coach, but he guides the players around him. He's surrounded by some players with a lot of experience, but also others who are really young, and he's helping them grow.
The world's top golfers continue to struggle on day 2 of the US Open. Masters champion Rory McIlroy is 9 shots behind leader Sam Burns, but the Northern Irishman did just enough to make it through to the final 2 rounds of the tournament. World number 1, Scottie Scheffler, is 7 shots off the pace as he targets the 4th major championship of his career.
I felt like I battled really hard. I mean, it was challenging out there. I was not getting the ball in the correct spots and paying the price for it. So I felt like me getting away with 1 over today wasn't all that bad. It could have been a lot. Could have been a lot worse.
The NBA Finals are level at 2 games apiece. A late surge from the Oklahoma City Thunder saw them overhaul the Indiana Pacers in the final minutes of Game 4. Game 5 of the best-of-7 series is in Oklahoma City on Monday, with the Thunder now having reclaimed home court advantage. South Africa needed to score a further 69 runs to beat Australia in the World Test Championship final. Day 3 at the Lord's Cricket Ground saw the century from Aiden Markram taking his country to the brink of victory. Play in London is due to resume in just over 2 hours' time. And Ferrari driver Charles Leclerc missed a second practice at the Canadian Formula One Grand Prix after this crash in the opening session. Qualifying in Montreal takes place later this Saturday, with McLaren's Oscar Piastri leading the way in the World Championship. And that's our sport. I'll have more for you later on, but for now it's back to Rob.
Sana, thank you very much. I'm going to be back in a couple of minutes with more on our top story. Iran has begun a second day of strikes in retaliation for Israel's unprecedented attack on Iranian nuclear facilities and military leaders on Friday. These are live pictures from the scene of one of the latest attacks in Tel Aviv. I'm Rob Matheson. Don't forget the website, aljazeera.com. Stay with us on Al Jazeera.
These men are strengthening ridges to clear a path to their recently rebuilt home in one of the most remote districts of eastern Afghanistan. The serene village in eastern Nangarhar province became famous when the US military dropped its most lethal non-nuclear bomb here 8 years ago.
Every household was leveled in this village when the mother of all bombs was dropped here. People have started to rebuild their lives, but they still contest the accounts that were given by the then government and US officials.
And as they work harder to get the same yield they used to have years after the US occupation ended, the villagers of this impoverished district are still waiting for answers.
So we are in
African narratives from African perspectives.
It's a beautiful morning, a bright sky, definitely be a good flight.
Short documentaries from African filmmakers from Kenya, Nigeria, and Rwanda.
My heart is full of joy. I love this job so much.
Conservation from above, joy in the traffic, and feeling the game. Africa Direct on Al Jazeera.
The war in Gaza has orphaned 30,000 children, with 15,000 who have lost both parents. These children are the strongest of survivors. We see them with the resilience they carry and bright possibilities they deserve, just like every child in the world. Sponsor an orphan with human appeal and create a brighter future for Gaza's children. Give mercy now.
Our police bomb squads are some of the best in the world.
The leaders of the G7 countries will gather soon at a summit in Canada with many new faces, a global trade war and tariffs as a backdrop. Will the host nation be able to unite the partners in tackling their common challenges? Join us as we assess the outcome of the G7 Leaders Summit on Al Jazeera.
Iran responds to Israeli strikes with a series of drone and missile attacks. At least 3 people are killed. I'm Rob Matheson. This is Al Jazeera live from Doha. Also coming up, more Israeli missiles hit sites across Iran. 78 people have been killed since Friday, including top military commanders.
More is on the way. The regime doesn't know what hit them. They don't know what will hit them.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu urges the Iranian people to stand up to their government. And Iran's Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei accuses Israel of initiating a war and warns of grave consequences. Explosions have been heard in Tel Aviv and Jerusalem as Iran steps up its response to Israel's unprecedented attack on its nuclear facilities and military leaders. 4 people have been killed, more than 125 have been injured in Israel since the strikes began on Friday. Several Iranian missiles penetrated the country's Iron Dome defense system and struck central Tel Aviv and Rishon LeZion. Israel has fired more missiles at Iranian targets. Some of Iran's top military commanders and 6 nuclear scientists were among 80 people killed in the attacks. Nuclear sites in Nakrabad airport in the Iranian capital have also been hit. Fadia Khan reports.
the skies over Tel Aviv ablaze. Explosions heard and plumes of smoke visible after Iran fired hundreds of ballistic missiles towards Israel. Retaliation for Israel's attack on Iran. Iranian television shows celebrations, while Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, warns of grave consequences.
Life will become bitter for them, without doubt. They cannot think that they've hit us and it's over. No, they started this. Now they've launched a war. We will not let them get away with this large-scale crime. The forces of the Islamic Republic will deliver huge blows to the Zionist regime. My dear people should know that we have no shortcomings in delivering an answer to this.
The unprecedented escalation started early Friday morning, when Israel began hitting targets, including infrastructure, individuals, military and nuclear sites, including Iran's main uranium enrichment facility, Natanz. Among those killed, top nuclear scientists and military leaders. 3 of 4 commanders in this video now dead.
We've taken out top military commanders, senior nuclear scientists, the Islamic regime's most significant enrichment facility, and a large portion of its ballistic missile arsenal. More is on the way. The regime doesn't know what hit them. They don't know what will hit them.
By nightfall, attacks on Iran continue. Videos showed the country's air defenses activated once again. Fears grow that a region already very much on edge may be heading to an all-out conflict. Freddie Akar, Al Jazeera.
Well, in a moment, we're going to speak to Heidi Castro in Washington and Tokyo Asadi in Tehran. First, let's go to...
For the ones who get it done, the most important part is the one you need now, and the best partner is the one who can deliver. That's why millions of maintenance and repair pros trust Grainger, because we have professional-grade supplies for every industry, even hard-to-find products, and we have same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders. But most importantly, we have an unwavering commitment to help keep you up and running. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Rob, about 200 Israelis have been injured, 4 killed, and several buildings in the larger Tel Aviv area sustained very heavy damage. This is what we were able to see from videos captured by agencies and by eyewitnesses. The military censor is not releasing a lot of information about other sites where there was reported direct impact across the Israeli territory, but we've also seen reports of injuries among civilians in the occupied West Bank, among Palestinians and among Jordanians in the north in Irbid, as well as a damage to property because of falling shrapnel.
No, thank you very much indeed. That's Noor O'Day talking to us there from Amman. We're going to bring in Tawhid Asadi, who's in Tehran. Obviously, the attacks still going on both sides. Tawhid, at the same time, we've been hearing from senior Iranian officials. What's being said?
Well, actually, the Israeli strikes continue as the Iran's retaliation has started from last night, and now we hear reports about the strikes on different parts of Iran, including Tehran and Kermanshah. But still, speaking of the reactions, so far today we have heard at least 3 important statements. The first comes from the Iran's spokesperson of the government. She said that Iran is going to consider it as its rights to defend itself, and therefore Iran is trying to give a answer, give a sort of quote-unquote punitive measure to the strikes conducted by the Israelis. And also, secondly, it was the spokesperson of the armed forces who said that what happened last night is just one part of a decisive operation that Iran has started. Let's keep in mind, last time there was a strike from the Iranian side, IRGC announced the ending of that. So far, Iran has not announced it. It's been saying that at least 4 rounds of strike was there. and there is going to be further rounds. Last but not the least, it was the spokesperson of the army who said that there is going to be a next missile launch stronger 20 times more compared to the previous strike that happened last night.
Todd, thank you very much indeed. Let's talk about Sadiq, who's in Tehran for us. US President Donald Trump's held separate phone calls with the Emir of Qatar and the Saudi Crown Prince. They've been discussing continuing attacks between Israel and Iran. According to a statement released by Qatar, Trump has affirmed Washington's readiness to participate in efforts to resolve the crisis. Well, Heidi Jo Castro is joining us now from Washington, D.C. What have we been hearing from the White House, Heidi?
Well, after Trump initially said that he didn't want Israel to launch these strikes, now he's saying that these strikes are excellent. And he's threatening Iran, saying that things will only get worse unless it accepts the terms of the nuclear deal, which the U.S. has proposed. Now, the 6th round of those nuclear talks were scheduled to take place on Sunday, and there's still some uncertainty whether or not that will happen, with the U.S. saying that the Middle East envoy Steve Witkoff is ready to meet with Iranian negotiators if they show up. Trump again saying that this is the only way for Iran to avoid further carnage. Now, there has been a split as well among his own advisors which way to go. Some saying that the U.S. should be more isolationist, that Trump should be the peacemaking president that he said he would be, and refrain from having the U.S. further involved in this conflict, while others, the war hawks of on Iran, saying that the U.S. really should come even further to Israeli aid, and noting that Israel's goal of completely eliminating Iran's nuclear capabilities would not be accomplished without further U.S. assistance. Rob.
Heidi Jo Castro there talking to us from Washington, D.C. Well, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, as we were mentioning, has released a video statement telling Iranians the attacks on their country will help them achieve what he calls freedom.
The Islamic regime, which has oppressed you for nearly 50 years, threatens to destroy my country, the State of Israel. The objective of Israel's military operation is to remove this threat, both the nuclear threat and the ballistic missile threat to Israel. And as we achieve our objectives, we're also clearing the path for you to achieve your objective, which is freedom.
Komal Mossevi is a professor of political science at Tehran University. He's joining us live from the Iranian capital. Thank you very much indeed for being with us. Benjamin Netanyahu there, expanding the remit, if you like, of the Israeli attacks from the initially stated goal of disrupting Iran's nuclear program. Now he's including the possibility of regime change as well. How is that going to be received in Iran?
Well, I think that's been an Israeli goal for many years, but that doesn't mean that it's going to be easy to achieve. So far, the Israelis, they've mostly targeted military general and nuclear installations. If they do actually want to go for regime change, then they might go after assassinating political figures, as well as there's talk that maybe they might target Iran's infrastructure in terms of energy to cause discontent among the people. But so far, the mood in Iran is quite defiant, and you really don't meet any people that are supporting the Israelis. We have to remember that this was an unprovoked attack, and it came at a very surprising moment when negotiations with Iran and the U.S. were ongoing. So there's not much sympathy with the Israelis right now.
There's been a UN Security Council meeting to discuss the conflict between Iran and Israel. There has been some voices that were in support of Iran. Obviously, there were those in support of Israel's actions as well. Can Iran, do you think, feel that it has support, or does it feel that it's on its own in this conflict?
Well, the Russian and Chinese are supporting Iran in a symbolic manner. I don't think they will be able to do much in the UN Security Council. We know that the Americans would veto any resolution condemning Israel. They've done so regarding Gaza. So I don't think the Chinese and the Russians can do much there. However, we have to remember the Russian and Chinese have not really provided Iran with advanced weaponry in the past few years. If you compare that with the Israelis, who are getting unlimited military support from the Americans, it's very different. Regarding the Russians, Iran had ordered the S-400 air defense system, as well as the Sukhoi 35 fighter jets, but it has yet to receive them. So I think if those countries would strongly support Iran, then it might actually change the balance of power. But so far, they haven't done so.
We were, of course, expecting to have negotiations on Iran's nuclear program on Sunday between the US and a delegation from Iran. Now, I understand that Iran is delaying a decision on whether to attend those talks. What do we make of the fact that there was initially speculation that Iran had in fact pulled out, but now it is saying no, it's going to hold off on making a decision on that?
Well, I think the Iranians are trying to keep diplomatic channels with the Americans open. They would probably keep them open through an intermediary, though. However, I think it's unlikely that they would attend tomorrow's meeting. I think from the Iranian perspective, they're worried that if they do attend tomorrow's meeting, it's going to be interpreted as a sign of weakness when the military confrontation with Israel is still ongoing.
And Hamad Mosavi, we appreciate you being with us on Al Jazeera. Thank you very much indeed, sir. Still ahead on Al Jazeera, Israeli attacks continue to target Gaza. People have been rushed to hospital after a strike on a camp where people were sheltering.
The latest news.
I'm now standing in a Sabra neighborhood where the Israeli fighter jets have targeted this residential building, flattening it down, as you can clearly see.
With detailed coverage.
The situation is dire. The one food distribution site is nowhere near enough to meet the huge demand.
From the heart of the story.
In Gaza, babies are dying before they learn to breathe. Mothers are burying them before they have names.
On counting the cost, the US and China have reached a